Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. The session is starting right now. Dear ministers, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, it's my distinct honor to welcome you to the 18th edition of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum. Of course, one of the world's foremost platforms for economic dialogue, this year proudly hosted in the historic and this vibrant city of Istanbul. This gathering brings together leading figures from the global business community and the key decision makers across a wide spectrum of economic sectors. The forum is organized by the Italian non-profit association Conoscere Eurasia in collaboration with the Investment and Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey. It serves as a strategic platform to advance both local and also international business ecosystems toward new frontiers of growth and prosperity in the context of ongoing economic, technological, environmental, and development transformation. Istanbul's unique geographical and cultural position at the crossroads of two continents perfectly embodies the spirit and the vision of this forum. Before we begin, allow me to share a heartfelt note. Yesterday, we celebrated the 102nd anniversary of the Republic of Turkey. On this meaningful occasion, we once again commemorate with deep gratitude, deep thanks, our great leader, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, whose vision and legacy continue to inspire our nation's progress, democracy, and modern identity. And over the next 2 days, we will explore how innovation, energy, and collaboration can shape a more sustainable and prosperous future. Our agenda will take us from new realities of energy cooperation to the role of digital technologies, from global business transformation to the cultural dimension of course, tourism. The forum is a living example of how dialogue between East and the West can turn shared challenges into shared opportunities. Let's see. But before, we have a special trait that we believe bring joy everyone in the room. Please join me in welcoming the renowned Italian singer, Mr. Albano, with big applause.
Buongiorno.
Good morning.
How are you? Okay. The answer is very perfect. Professore, dove sei per la traduzione?
Professor, where are you for the translation? But we have translators.
Okay. I don't know. I speak English, Spanish, Italian, Napoletano, Sicilian. Sure, next year. Well, I come from Australia. I finished my Australian tour. Yesterday I arrived in Istanbul. In Istanbul, of course, I stayed for long times and many times, and of course, I enjoy it. It's a special place, this one, because like economic forum, and I read something special, Conoscere Eurasia. It's special because from Europa to Asia, you have a great and historic and symbolic bridge. And I hope this kind of bridge come all the time more stronger, more stronger, more stronger. Because with peace, the humanity grow up and produce culture, produce great effect, produce love. Because when the war is out, the love grow up. This is my wish to this moment, and tonight is my place in the stage, and I hope to give you all my Italian style of music and my international love to everybody. Because with love, everything will be love. Grazie. Professore, grazie.
Thank you, Mr. Albano, for your gracious welcome, and really we admire your music, so thank you very much again. We look forward to your performance at tonight's concert. Without further delay, I'm delighted to officially declare the forum open right now, with big applause.
Eurasia is the world's main economic engine. Despite rising global geopolitical tensions, economic ties across the region are expanding, and cooperation among many Eurasian countries continues to grow. New international infrastructure, industrial and logistics projects are emerging, and trade between nations is increasing. Eurasia is home to 5 billion people, thousands of cities, and countless active connections among entrepreneurs, policymakers, and societies. But cooperation doesn't happen on its own. It is built by companies and governments, banks and universities, cultural and civic organizations. The Verona Eurasian Economic Forum provides a space for dialogue across many fields, bringing together East and West. Here, people from across Eurasia meet to strengthen economic and cultural ties and to promote collaboration. Welcome to the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum.
And following this, we are honored to welcome to the stage Professor Antonio Fallico, President of Association Conoscere Eurasia. Professor, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, it's a great honor for me to be here and read the welcome from the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Putin, to the participants in this forum.
Dear participants of the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, dear friends, I am happy to welcome you here at the official opening of the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum that is taking place in the city of Istanbul for the first time. Istanbul is one of the leading political, cultural and business centers of Eurasia. Over the past few years, Verona Eurasian Economic Forum has become a renowned and respected platform, and the regular meetings of politicians, businessmen, scientists, and representatives of the cultural community are taking place there. They meet to discuss the most pressing issues of the global economy and contribute to development of international cooperation. That kind of timely work is particularly important today, taking into account the particular role of our continent in the world affairs, among others, the processes of building a multipolar world order. Specifically here in Eurasia, we have the major economic growth drivers focused. Those are the key transportation and trade routes. And I would like to emphasize that the Russian initiative of the larger Eurasian partnership is focused on mutually beneficial joining of the potential of all the countries and nations located in the region, including all the integrational associations. The topic of today's forum, New Energies for New Economic Realities, is quite up to date. And you are about to discuss the prospects for development of cooperation in the areas of energy and digital economy, as well as investment and scientific cooperation, as well as transportation and logistics. I'm convinced that your discussions here at the forum will be very meaningful and constructive. And the proposals and initiatives presented by you will find their practical implementation for the good of our countries and peoples. I wish you all the best and good luck, Vladimir Putin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Falliko. We now invite to the stage His Excellency, Mr. Mehmet Nuri Ersoy, Minister of Culture and Tourism of the Republic of Turkey, to deliver his welcome address.
Distinguished President of the XVIII Eurasia Association, Mr. Antonio Falliko, esteemed guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to Istanbul and to extend my sincere greeting on the occasion of the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, organized by the XVIII Eurasia Association in cooperation with our country under the theme New Energy for New Economic Realities. The forum aims to examine the effects of developments in sectors such as energy, transportation, agriculture, finance, digital technology, and tourism on the global economy, bringing together distinguished representatives from Turkey and across Eurasia. The forum, which has been held annually in a Eurasian country since 2022, with the goal of enhancing economic cooperation among Eurasian nations, carries an even deeper meaning for us this year as it convenes in Turkey, a country that plays a pivotal role between Europe and Asia. The guests, according to UN tourism figures, international tourism reached 1.5 billion arrivals and $2 trillion in revenues in 2024, while in the first half of 2025 alone, 690 million international tourist arrivals were recorded, underscoring the undeniable global and economic significance of the sector. Tourism has become one of the fastest growing industries due to rising disposable incomes, advances in transportation and communication technologies, and people's desire to explore new destinations. With its multifaceted structure, tourism is directly and indirectly connected to approximately 38 different sectors, particularly the economy. The consumption expenditure made by both international visitors and domestic tourists, along with investments to meet rising tourism demand, such as improving infrastructure and enhancing service quality, generate income not only for the tourism sector, but also for the industries that support it. Beyond its economic contributions, tourism plays an essential social and cultural role, fostering interaction among peoples and cultures, a dimension that often remains secondary but is equally significant. At this point, it's important to emphasize that tourism should be regarded not merely as a privilege for a certain group, but as a universal right and necessity. Cultural dialogue and social cohesion can only be achieved when all groups and communities have access to tourism opportunities. Returning to global tourism figures for 2024, figures for 2024 of the 1.5 billion international tourism movements, 747 million occurred in Europe and 360 million in Asia. Turkey, together with France, Spain, and Italy, ranks among the top 5 most visited countries in the world. These countries shared common characteristics. Their Mediterranean location, favorable climates, rich historical and cultural heritage stemming from ancient civilization, and diverse culinary traditions, all of which make them highly attractive destinations for both family and individual travel focused on sea and cultural tourism. Turkey, uniquely situated at the crossroads of Asia and Europe, combines these features with its tradition of hospitality, natural beauty, and the millennia-old coexistence of diverse people and faith on the Anatolian lands, making it an unparalleled destination for world tourism. Few countries in the world possess both the historical depth and the natural and human resources that allow for the development of nearly every form of tourism. In addition to being one of the leading destinations for coastal tourism, Turkey also offers exceptional opportunities for thermal tourism, winter sports, nature and ecotourism, diving, congress and fair tourism, cruise and yacht tourism, golf and religious tourism. Thanks to its historical, cultural and natural wealth, Turkey welcomed 62.3 million visitors in 2024 and achieved $61.1 billion in tourism revenues, breaking its own records each year. Data from 2025 also indicates that Turkey is on track to meet its tourism goals once again. This success cannot be explained solely by Turkey's natural and cultural assets. It's also the result of our country's intense efforts in tourism promotion, safety, and sustainability, particularly in the post-pandemic period. In this context, the Turkey Tourism Promotion and Development Agency, established in 2019, plays a pivotal role in achieving our tourism objectives by developing and implementing global promotion and marketing strategies in line with the Ministry's tourism policies. The Safe Tourism Certification and Sustainable Tourism Certification schemes for accommodation and tourism enterprises, the Night Museum initiatives, and the Heritage to the Future project, which ensure continuous excavations and restoration throughout the year, play a vital role in our tourism strategy. As the Ministry, we never consider these achievements sufficient. We continue to raise our goals each year to further increase Turkey's share in global tourism. Distinguished participants, due to its broad and multi-layered structure, tourism cannot rely solely on individual efforts. It requires a clear strategy and collective ownership. At this point, the concept of sustainable tourism gains importance. The main objectives of sustainable tourism can be summarized as effective conservation of natural resources, reduction of excessive use and waste, preservation of natural, cultural, and social diversity, inclusion of local communities in tourism planning, support for local economies, coordination between the tourism industry and public institutions, education of tourism personnel and awareness raising among tourists, encouragement of research in these fields. However, the true aim should not only be to attract the highest number of tourists or generate the highest revenues, but to conduct all tourism activities with respect for the environment, nature, people, and all values under a framework of quality and sustainability. Natural promotion policies form a cornerstone of any tourism strategy. To this end, travel and holiday programs should be developed for different income groups, taking into account the country's educational, income, and demographic structure. It's equally important to introduce lesser-known aspects of the country, develop alternative tourism types, create attractive new destinations and routes, and strive to spread tourism activity throughout the year. Furthermore, a strong emphasis on tourism promotion, building a national image that reflects the country's character, in identifying target tourist profiles, and communicating positive developments in the country's tourism sector across all platforms are essential components of an effective tourism strategy. In conclusion, when implemented consciously, tourism will neither harm local economies and environments nor erode social and cultural values. Instead, it will continue to serve as one of the key driving forces of economic development. As the Ministry of Culture and Tourism of the Republic of Turkey, we are pleased to share our knowledge, expertise, and experience with our Eurasian partners across all platforms, contributing to the unifying power of tourism based on peace, brotherhood, and tolerance. Distinguished guests, before concluding my remarks, I would like to sincerely thank all those who contributed to the organization of the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum in our country, particularly President Mr. Antonio Falico, and to express our pleasure in welcoming you to Turkey, not only for this event, but also as our guests for future holidays.
Thank you, Minister. We now invite to the stage His Excellency Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of the Republic of Turkey.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real honor and privilege for me to address at the 18th Verona Eurasian Economic Forum. And I would like to begin by extending my sincere congratulations to the organizers of this forum at a time when the global economy is navigating through significant uncertainty and transformation. Bringing together such a diverse and high-caliber group of participants is both timely and commendable. This gathering also demonstrates a shared commitment to dialogue, cooperation, and pursuit of sustainable growth across our wider Eurasian region. Where does my country, Turkey, stand for in this transformation? Geographically, economically, and politically, our country sits at the crossroads of continents, and this position gives Turkey a natural advantage as a center of gravity for regional and global cooperation. In the face of global uncertainty, our strategy, Turkey's strategy, is very clear: flexible, forward-looking, and diverse strategies. Over the past 2 decades, our economy has almost quadrupled in size. Our industrial base has changed very significantly, and our export has expanded into different markets, into different geographies. Turkey today is the 17th largest economy in the world, with strong growth momentum, a dynamic private sector, and deep integration into global value chains. Energy lies at the core of Turkey's economic growth and strategic vision. Our objective is to ensure secure, reliable, and affordable energy while driving our net zero transition. But I'm sure you will all agree with me that today's energy world, supplying reliable energy at affordable cost, is becoming increasingly difficult to achieve. Turkey's total installed power capacity now exceeds 121 gigawatts, and over 60% of it comes from renewable energy sources, a share that put Turkey among the leaders in its region. We continue to attract both domestic and foreign investments to wind, solar, geothermal, and biomass projects through various investments and business models. At the same time, we are taking firm steps in nuclear energy, which will play a vital role in ensuring clean, reliable, and baseload power for our growing demand. Together with our Russian partners, we are building our very first 4 reactors in Akkuyu nuclear power plant, one of the largest energy projects ever undertaken in Turkey. The first unit of Akkuyu is scheduled to begin generating electricity in the year 2026, next year, marking a very historic milestone in our energy diversification journey. Our cooperation with Russia in the nuclear field is more than a single project. It is a strategic, long-term partnership that includes technology transfer, human capital development, and industrial participation. Hundreds of Turkish engineers, young engineers, have been trained in Russia to work and operate these reactors, ensuring that this collaboration creates our own national capacity. And looking ahead, we aim to reach 20 gigawatts of nuclear power generation capacity by the mid-century, including new reactor projects in Sinop and Thrace region, as well as small modular reactors that will further enhance flexibility and system stability in Turkey. This nuclear expansion will serve as a cornerstone of Turkey's low-carbon energy future, while deepening technological and economic cooperation with our international partners. Natural gas also remains an important fuel for our energy markets, for our economy, because we consume gas in our households. Every single day, 22 million households receive natural gas, industry, and for power generation purposes. Turkey has developed strong long-term partnership with producers, including Russia, Azerbaijan, and Iran, while expanding our LNG regasification infrastructures 5-fold since the year 2016. With projects like TurkStream and TANAP, Turkey is not only ensuring our own supply security, but also becoming a regional energy center, facilitating gas flows from east to west, from south to north, and contributing to Europe's energy security. Our domestic resources are also growing rapidly. Sakarya gas field in the Black Sea, with 785 billion cubic meter of gas reserves, is already producing and will soon reach to 45 million cubic meter per day capacity. Meanwhile, the Gabar oil field now produces over 80,000 barrels of oil per day, make us to reduce our import dependency. All these projects strengthen Turkey's energy independence while creating opportunities for investors, technology providers, and our regional partners. Turkey's Energy Efficiency Action Plan aims to cut energy consumption by the year 2030 by 16%. And through that, we're going to be able to avoid 100 million tons of carbon emissions. And we're going to do $20 billion of investment to reach our energy efficiency goals. This will not only reduce emissions, but also create thousands of new jobs and improve competitiveness across economies, across industries. Our approach goes beyond resources. It is about innovation, it is about invention, and constant improvement on technology. We are investing in human capital, sending hundreds of students abroad every single year to specialize in nuclear, renewable energy, and clean energy technologies. Turkey's growing role in energy naturally empowers its economic influence by promoting renewable investments, enabling regional integration, and contributing once again regional energy security. Türkiye, we support directly to regional economic resilience. In addition, Turkey's logistics, manufacturing, and technology sectors make it an attractive destination for investors seeking stability, connectivity, and access to multiple markets at once. From Central Asia to Europe, from Mediterranean to Africa, Turkey is becoming an energy, trade, and innovation hub. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, in an era where global cooperation is more essential than ever, Turkey stands ready to build bridges between continents, between industries, between traditional and new energy systems. Our message is simple. Turkey is open for business, open for innovation, and open for partnerships. We will continue to play a constructive role in shaping global economy as a reliable partner for shared prosperity and sustainable growth. Once again, I wish you a very fruitful meetings today and tomorrow, and looking forward to seeing some solid, tangible results from this wonderful forum. Thank you.
Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar, sizi 2 dakika misafir edebilir miyim?
Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar.
Esteemed ministers, Professor Faliko, and the distinguished speakers, His Excellency Mr. Mehmet Nuri Ersoy, Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar, and please come to stage Mr. Alexander Stuglev, Mr. Bekir Polat, Mr. Kirill Komarov, and of course Antonio Faliko. Mr. Mehmet Nuri Ersoy and Mr. Alparslan Bayraktar, thank you very much for joining us again. And distinguished guests, we now continue with the opening session. And it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speakers. Mr. Alexander Stuglev, Chairman of the Board and the CEO, Rose Congress Foundation, Mr. Bekir Polat, Vice President, Investment and Finance Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Kirill Komarov, First Deputy Director General, Director for Development and International Business, Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation, Professor Antonio Faliko, President, Association Concere Eurasia. The session will be moderated by Mr. Alessandra Cassieri, distinguished journalist from Italy. Please big applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. My name is Alessandro Cassieri, and I am really proud to be here again. I can say that I am a veteran of the forum, the International Economic Forum of Verona, and this is the edition number 18. The conditions are excellent, and I am particularly pleased to stay here because this year we are at the crossroad of the present history for political, geopolitical, industrial, energetic, and economic conditions. So it's a pleasure to introduce our guests for this special panel. And I would like to introduce the first of them, that is Mr. Alexander Stuglev. This is the president of the board and the CEO of RosCongress Foundation. That is a real important reality. It's a big platform, but Mr. Stuglev can explain what is doing RosCongress at international, worldwide level. Please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome you all in Istanbul. We have met a lot with many of you at various RosCongress venues, but we have always supported organization of the VERONA Eurasian Economic Forum because it contributes a lot into cooperation between business partners and countries. And I'm happy to welcome you here. We have heard many times already that definitely holding of this forum here in Istanbul, in the city that unites continents, cultures, and economies, is very meaningful. We all see that the world has been transforming very rapidly. And this is the time when we see new opportunities for our cooperation. At the times of global turbulence, it is extremely important to build bridges among countries and regions. And the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum was established for this, to promote dialogue and ties and consolidation of the constructive forces of the world. And I would like to thank personally Professor Antonio Falico, our great friend. Thank you for excellent organization of this event. And RosCongress has taken part in preparation of this forum, and I do hope that our participation is relevant and meaningful. This year, the Verona Congress is devoted to new energy for the new reality. And when we speak about energy, we also speak about energy of people. Today, stronger than ever, we need efforts of all people to work together. We need to create and build our future, our safe future that will enable all of us to be proud to pass it on to our children and grandchildren and further generations. Right now, we are facing enormous transformation, and all the challenges we see today all over the world, all the technological challenges and climate change, we are absolutely sure that all these turbulence will enable us to find the appropriate solutions. The events of the past years demonstrates that the states remain guarantors of security and prosperity of their peoples. And that is why we need to use every opportunity to ensure favorable conditions for national and overall development and growth. And this includes establishing sustainable, solid ties. And this is what RosCongress has been working towards.
Despite all the attempts of to restrain the economic development of our country, we're doing our best, and we are very grateful to each and every one of you participating in our projects. We're doing our best to shape trust, to create platforms that build trust and serve as a springboard to move forward towards success. And we clearly recognize that all of the humankind is facing common challenges that we can work together to address. That includes matters of development of the energy sector, be that matters of development and peaceful use of space and aerospace technologies. We can work, and we do work in outer space together, ensuring life-supporting infrastructure and everything developed to growing interest and development of digital technology, AI and cybersecurity. That also includes development of transportation and logistic opportunities, protecting the environment and ensuring food security. Eurasia is playing a very important role in the modern world, and Professor Falika mentioned it already, that the initiative of the big Eurasian partnership manifested by President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, is aimed at shaping open, informational perimeter and consolidation of the countries of the region. This project is there to unite the efforts made by Eurasian countries to build a sustainable, multifaceted, multipolar and fair system of economic ties. And we are doing everything possible with our platforms to facilitate this dialogue. Over the last 20 years, Roscongress Foundation has been supporting both Russian and foreign companies to build relations on mutual ground, search for partners and markets, as well as investors. We've created a diverse ecosystem, creating comfortable environment for a dialogue by focusing on the major areas of our work, be that organization of international events and congresses of the highest international level, contributing to raising investment, multifaceted development of international cooperation, and offering specific analytical and informational services, as well as development of cultural and sports events. I'm not going to name all of our projects, but specifically I would like to invite you to visit our booth that we have out there in the foyer. You will be able to learn more about the Roscongress projects. There's the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, Far Eastern Economic Forum, and many other international events that we organize. I also would like to express my hope that the upcoming discussions here at the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum will contribute to building cooperation and development of joint solutions as a response to the challenges that we are facing today. Thank you for your attention, and I wish us the best of luck. Thank you.
And we could hear clearly what said the Minister of Energy of this country, crucial country, Mr. Bayraktar, and of course we could listen also Mr. Sugref about the central question, the human resources, but not only them, because the financial systems, economic systems, industrial systems are growing everywhere in this area of the world. Is a crucial area, and at this point I would like to hear Mr. Bekir Polat, that's the Vice President Investment and the Finance Office of the President of the Republic of Turkey. Please take the floor.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As you all know very well, for the last couple of years, it's all over VUCA. It's not a new term, but since a couple of years, everybody is dealing with VUCA. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Individuals, companies, even nations, countries are trying to navigate with these VUCA times. As an investment and finance office of the country, we are on the search of more foreign direct investment to the country. That's our main responsibility. And right after the pandemic, we were still trying to attract more foreign direct investors to the country. And every investor told us the same thing. Turkey is a very resilient country with its economy, with its people, with its culture. Whatever happens in or out, Turkey always bounces back and has a V-shaped recovery. What makes Turkey resilient? The next question would be. There are a number of reasons for that, but as an investment and finance office, we would like to underline 4 main reasons why Turkey is a resilient country. Well, it's mentioned already in the minister's speech during the morning. But number one is the growth. Over the last 20 years, the average growth rate of this country is 5.3%, making Turkey one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The second value proposition of the country is the youth. Average age is 34.4, making Turkey the largest youth population compared to Europe. As mentioned, energy is important, but dynamism, the energy of people, is also very important. There are close to 1 million university graduates every year, over 300,000 high school graduates every year. On top of that, as Minister of Energy said already, there are young minds going and studying abroad, but there are other students coming to study in Turkey. Over 350,000 from the MENA region comes and study in Turkey, learn Turkish, exposure have it, to Turkish culture, and they get back to their countries, knowing Turkish, becoming a C-level decision makers or bureaucrat in their countries. I think it's important for the soft power of the country in the long term. The third one is the location. Everybody tells, okay, Turkey is in a very strategic location at the nexus of Europe, Asia, Middle East, and Africa. But let alone geostrategy is not important. Turkey, for the last 20 years, pouring investment into infrastructure and superstructure, say it railroads, highways, airports, to health infrastructure, digital infrastructure. Over $300 billion of investment went into the infrastructure, and additional $200 billion investment will be done for the next 20 years in the country. And the fourth is the structural reform agenda of the country. Continuously, we are trying to make Turkey a competitive country in the region and globally as well, to create a more friendly, investor-friendly and business-friendly environment. Just a couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting with the vice president of the country, gathering 60 different multinationals, top decision makers, and to discuss what Turkey should do to improve its competitiveness. Well, but when we look at the numbers, apart from these four main reasons, the international investment paradigm is shifting. In the last 2 years, the 75% of announced foreign direct investments went into the future-shaping industries. $370 billion of investment went into the artificial intelligence infrastructure. 80% of this number went to the data centers. The other 15% went into the semiconductor manufacturing, and the remaining 5% went into the research and development. So data-related, data capacity, data processing capacity is a new petroleum for the digital economy. So Turkey has been also trying its best on this sense, on this end. We had a new foreign direct investment strategy for 2024 and 2028. The digital and sustainability and green transformation is at the heart of our strategy, along with this artificial intelligence. So I don't want to keep you long. I'll be around here to further maybe discuss any potential interest in the country. I'd like to thank you for your interest, and I'd like to thank also to organizers as well, because when it's VUCA time, I think it's very crucial to come together more often, like in these kind of events, and to talk to each other more. So it's very precious. Thank you to organizers and all the stakeholders. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Minister Bekir Polat. And the main core of our day is, or our forum is this year, the energy, any kind of energy. But of course, energies has gas, oil, nuclear, renewable energies are the fulcrum of this our job, our work, our meeting. So I would like to ask to Mr. Kirill Komarov, that is the first Deputy Director General and Director for Development and International Business of Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation. That's a very big, great, enormous company, and we can hear which kind of job is doing Rosatom in the world and this country in particular. Please.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. Verona Eurasian Economic Forum has long become a platform for an open, multilateral dialogue, for cooperation of partners in the space of bigger Eurasia. It is an effective tool of economic diplomacy. And this year, for the first time, it is warmly welcomed by the Republic of Turkey. Over the last few years, this country has become the heart of economic development, not just in the region, but also in the whole world, thanks to very effective state policy, raising investment, development of infrastructure. Thanks to that, Turkish economy has been demonstrating sustainable growth. However, particular attention should be given to the energy sector. Step by step, Turkey has been implementing its strategy to becoming the energy hub, tying together the East and West, South and North. Our forum is dedicated to energy this year. Today, globally, we see growing energy demand, primarily for the electric power. That is conditioned by the population growth, development of industry, and implementation of AI technology, as well as transition to electronic mobility. Looking into the future, by 2050, the global energy consumption may double and electric power demand may achieve 50 trillion kilowatt per hour, which means that one of the major goals pursued by the whole world is to ensure the world population with stable, pure, clean energy supplies. And we are convinced that this task cannot be resolved without nuclear energy. For Rosatom, it is a great honor and a great responsibility to participate in the largest nuclear construction site that is going full mode in Mersin province of the Republic of Turkey. And Akkuyu is the first nuclear power plant in Turkey. This is a mutually beneficial strategic project contributing to strengthening of multifaceted cooperation between our two countries, contributing to energy security and sustainable economic development of the Republic of Turkey. We at Rosatom encourage all of our partners to make use of our unique experience and advanced solutions to ensure energy supplies and cover their energy needs, but also to ensure the energy sovereignty of their country. 2025 is a very special year for us. This August we celebrated 80th anniversary of the nuclear energy in Russia. Over those 80 years, truly remarkable results have been demonstrated by Russia. In the previous century, we've commissioned first nuclear power plant in the world. The first nuclear icebreaker was built. The first floating nuclear power plant was designed. The first neutrons nuclear reactor was commissioned. And the first one-of-a-kind tokamak reactor, the device capable of retaining plasma. And the nuclear energy has a big dream: to make human life better using clean energy and advanced methods of nuclear medicine, new materials, modern digital technologies. And the amount of knowledge accumulated in the nuclear energy and our ability to implement large-scale projects with a planning horizons of dozens of years bring us much closer to this goal. Traditionally, we are very supportive of broad international cooperation, exchange of knowledge and best practices. We are convinced that only together are we able to ensure sustainable, innovative development, not just for the nuclear energy, not just for the energy sector, but for the world economy as well. By uniting our efforts, exchanging knowledge and innovations, by overcoming challenges together, we shape a global ecosystem of trust and security. I am convinced that our forum and future strengthening of partnership in the Eurasian space will lay a solid foundation for implementation of the most ambitious ideas. I wish all the participants exciting work, constructive discussions, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the Director Kirill Komarov, that maybe we can hear again later today in this same room. Let me now introduce il professor Antonio Fallico, che è da quasi 20 anni, da 18 anni.
He has been the promoter and organizer of this forum for the last 18 years. He has striven and overcome all the challenges of organizing this forum in order to foster dialogue, even in the most critical times of international situations. So let me introduce Antonio Fallico, president of the Associazione Conoscere Eurasia. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for joining us at the 18th edition of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, organized by the non-profit association Conoscere Eurasia. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the administration of President Erdogan and the government of the Republic of Turkey for helping us organize this initiative here. Furthermore, I have to express my gratitude to our strategic partner, Roscongress, and our local partner, the Office for Investment in Turkey. And I would also like to express my gratitude and esteem for our sponsors who have always supported us. Let me just mention a few of them: Gazprom Bank, Rosatom, Novatec, Ariston Group, the Chamber of Commerce of Italy and Russia, OMK, OSM Holding, Nexus World, Lex System, Osatim, IC Holding. Thank you very much to all these friends that have enabled us to organize today's event. Our forum was created in Verona in 2007 to launch a permanent dialogue among the protagonists of the economic, social, and political development of the large Eurasian area. So a dialogue on the role of Eurasia, its perspectives, and the goals of its economy in a historic context that already back then was showing signs of structural and geopolitical change. Our dialogue has always been open to all representatives of business and institutions, regardless of their geographical position, their geopolitical belonging, and their participation in sides, even military sides. Something that particularly emerged from the works of the Forum over the years has been the need to give voice also to the BRICS countries and the countries of the Eurasian Economic Union. At the same time, we have realized the need for the economy to be aimed at meeting the needs of mankind and the interests of all stakeholders, not just the profit and the benefit of shareholders, so that the already enormous social inequality affecting the whole of our planet, Europe and Asia, the East and the West, is not further fostered. Now, after 14 editions in the city of Verona, in order to grant the possibility to everyone to participate without any limitation or discrimination, in 2022 we decided to organize our forum outside Italy. Thus, we went to Baku, Azerbaijan in 2022, Samarkand, Uzbekistan in 2023, and Ras Al Khaimah, United Arab Emirates in 2024. And today we are in magic Istanbul, where the history, the culture, and fate of Europe and Asia, the Mediterranean and the Silk Roads, the Balkans and Asia Minor, of Christians and Muslims intertwine. The very urban and architectural landscape of the city is living and actual proof of this, because it shows its stratification and wonderful synthesis of the civilizations of Byzantium, Constantinople, and then Istanbul itself. We are deeply grateful to the authorities of the Republic of Turkey for welcoming us with true feelings of friendship and hospitality, offering us to meet in this fabulous palace which seems to be floating on the Bosphorus. This palace hosts prestigious international meetings to foster the understanding and cooperation among people. And among these events, we should remember the 3 meetings held between May and July this year between the Russian and Ukrainian delegations, especially fostered by President Erdogan. Therefore, we shouldn't be surprised by the fact that Turkey was willing to open its doors to host the 18th Economic Forum. The country has become one of the beacons of the current international systems, with its influence by far exceeding its political, economic, and military potential. This evolution has been possible thanks to the fact that Ankara is very far-sighted and has been able to strike a balance between, at times, contrasting interests and pressure. It's been able to take advantage of its diplomatic action, of its unique geographical position, and its political will to play an important role in the turbulent international context, a role that is adequate to the country's history and ambitions. Let me make a few examples. Turkey has a strong influence in the world that speaks Turkic languages, thanks to its intelligent soft power. The country develops political, economic, scientific, and cultural bonds. It promotes and protects the elements of the shared language and culture, but it doesn't do so with an imperialistic approach, which makes these interactions particularly effective. Also considering that the states that speak Turkic languages, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, for example, wish to maintain and strengthen their own national sovereignty. The role of Turkey in the Middle East and its surroundings is also been growing, especially after the change of regimes in Syria. And its activism on the Palestine side and in the dialogue with the other Muslim countries makes the Turkish voice increasingly heard. Even in more remote areas such as the Horn of Africa, the country plays a considerable role in guaranteeing security in that part of the continent. The geopolitical change of the last 3 years has brought advantages to Turkey. In a disciplined way, it could have stuck to a specific line defined from afar, but it has been acting independently, taking maximum advantage of the new international configuration and, let's be honest, also gaining economic advantage from it. Thanks to its geographical position, Ankara has become essential to everyone, to the West, to Russia, to China, to everyone who is looking for new routes and markets. Its political shrewdness keeps it away from exaggerated external pressure, leaving the country a lot of space to maneuver, which the country fully exploits. For example, its key role for NATO in its geographical area and its political and military position drastically lower the pressure that allies can potentially exercise. Allies, therefore, take Turkish interests into consideration to the advantage of everyone. This situation allows President Erdogan to present its country's international action as an example to be followed, and rightly so. In a recent interview for the American Fox News, he said, "We keep relations both with Russia and with Ukraine. Our model consists in maintaining good relations with the various parties." And it is no surprise that the head of the Republic of Turkey participates and is welcome in Brussels, in NATO summits, in Kazan, in BRICS summits, in Tianjin, the recent summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Turkey is not a member of these last two organizations, but it keeps a dense and useful dialogue that is interesting to all the parties. This beneficial configuration is perceived as absolutely natural, as a reflection of the unique place of Turkey in the world and of its clear influence in global affairs. Turkey produces 1% of the world GDP. According to the International Monetary Fund, the average real growth rate from 2011 to 2024 was 5.5%. And with the compound interest, that means that the actual GDP grew by 110% overall in that period. That is to say that the economy has more than doubled in size. Italy achieved a similar performance in about twice the time. Our economy has doubled compared to 2002, but it's been stagnant since 2008. It is true that in 2025 inflation is estimated at 36%, but a slowdown is foreseen in 2026, down to 23%, thanks to monetary and fiscal interventions of 2023 that are stabilizing the country's economy. And let us measure other important macroeconomic variables, again, based on data from the International Monetary Fund. The debt to GDP ratio in Turkey is 26%, and in relation to GDP, public spending is 34%. Gross savings are 25%. The current account deficit is 1.2%. The population has grown by 15%, is now at 86 million, and unemployment stands at 9.4%. Overall, the other economic fundamentals suggest a country with great potential for expansion, a country that is completely free from the burden of public debt that weighs so heavily on European economies. The country is deeply rooted in the international economic system and the trade exchanges between the various regions of the world. And it has become one of its most important protagonists, if not for the operation of volumes, for its influence and centrality given to its geographical position. This situation has contributed to a significant increase in the external trade for Turkey in the context of the geopolitical developments of recent years. Thanks to its realistic policies, Turkey has taken up the role of one of the main geographic and logistic hubs for international trade. Between 2021 and 2023, its imports grew from $271 billion to $360 billion. And its exports are also growing. It was $618 billion in 2022, $617 billion in 2023, and the same in 2024. Italian companies have benefited from this, thanks to, among other things, thanks to re-exports to other markets. Looking at the latest data between January and July 2025, Turkey's trade reached $368 billion, with imports at $212 billion, with an increase of 6.6%, and exports around $156 billion, positive 5.2%. In July of this year, Turkey even set a record for monthly export growth in its history, a growth of 11% for a total of 25 billion in absolute terms. The trade dynamic is positive, even though Turkey's trade balance has been in chronic deficit since 1947. In terms of the product structure of Turkey's exports, there has been a notable decline in the share of textiles and clothing, which was once among the leading sectors of foreign trade. At the same time, supplies of mineral and agri-food products are growing. Imports of machinery and transport equipment are on the rise. As for the structure of foreign trade, Turkey sells machinery and equipment for transportation, which is about 31% of total exports, including road vehicles 15%, machinery and household equipment 6%, manufactured goods, iron and steel and metal products, and then other products, including clothing, accessories 10%, food and live animals 9%.
Importa soprattutto macchinari e attrezzatura di trasporto, 31% del totale delle importazioni, di cui veicoli stradali 7% e di apparecchiature elettriche.
And electrical equipment 6%, manufactured goods 16%, mineral fuels, lubricants and related materials 16%, including petroleum and petroleum products 4%, and raw non-edible materials. The geographical structure of Turkish foreign trade is logical. Turkey's main export partners are Germany, 10% of total exports, accounting to $20.43 billion in 2024, the United Kingdom, the United Arab Emirates, Iraq, the United States, 6% each. And then France and Spain. For imports, the main partners are China, 10% of the total imports, equal to $44.93 billion, almost on a par with Russia, $44.02 billion. Then Germany, $27.08 billion. Next come the United States and Italy, 5% each, France, Iran, Switzerland, South Korea, the United Kingdom, Spain and India with 3% each. Bilateral relations between Italy and Turkey are based on a solid economic foundation. In 2024, trade between the two countries reached $25.3 billion, an increase of 3.4% over the previous year. Furthermore, Italy is Turkey's fifth largest trading partner for imports and the fourth largest for exports. The sectors with the greatest complementarity are technology-intensive sectors, such as the automotive sector, but also mechanical engineering, aerospace and defense. Among Turkey's suppliers, Italy ranks fourth behind China, Russia and Germany. Turkey's imports from Italy increased despite the overall decline, minus 5% of Turkish imports. In 2024, Italian exports grew by 23.9% from 14.2 billion to 17.6 billion euro, while Turkish imports to Italy for the first time exceeded 12 billion euro, an increase of 4.4%. Turkey ranks 10th among Italy's main export markets with a share of 2.77%. About a quarter of Italian supplies to the Turkish market are mechanical and capital goods, especially metalworking machine tools, textile machinery. Turkey is the world's third largest importer of this product and Italy's second largest market, but also agricultural machinery, packaging and wrapping machinery, lifting and handling machinery, metalworking machinery, and so on. About 10% of Italian exports are motor vehicles, including engines, as well as other parts and accessories. Significant sectors of exports from Italy are chemicals, metal works, and electrical equipment. Italian imports from Turkey follow a similar pattern and have more than doubled in volume over the last decade. In 2014, they amounted to only 5.7 billion euro. Turkish companies supplies goods in the automotive category, about a quarter of total sales, including passenger cars, goods, vehicles and accessories, but there's a significant share of metal products as well: steel, copper, aluminum, but also white goods, clothing, chemicals and textiles, as well as electrical equipment. Agricultural products account for 5% of Italian imports. The upward trend in bilateral trade is confirmed. In the first half of 2025, trade had already reached 13.9 billion euro. Unfortunately, Italy lags far behind other European partners, such as Germany, Great Britain and the Netherlands, which accounting for only 3.4%. However, there are over 430 Italian companies operating in Turkey with a total turnover of 18.5 million euro. Turkey is a major project for Europe in terms of peaceful expansion and the building of mutually beneficial alliances. However, the global economic context needs to be taken into account because it's still uncertain. At last year's forum, I emphasized the fact that business does not like uncertainty. It prefers to operate within a well-defined, predictable and certain framework. Well, first of all, we need to note that the trend towards the division of the global market into regional zones is not being reversed. The globalization of regionalization continues. New commercial transport routes are being established at an accelerated pace. Sometimes this is due to force majeure, such as when for months merchant shipping routes were forced to circumnavigate Africa instead of entering the Suez Canal directly as a result of attacks. Supply chains and productive and technological cooperation are also disrupted or modified. Costs rise significantly. New preferential zones are formed, and partnerships that seem solid and eternal are undermined. After the arrival of the new American administration in the White House, a profound review of the mechanisms of international economic relations began. The new American tariffs have generated chain reactions. Some counterparts have accepted the new tariffs, albeit reluctantly. Others instead have negotiated with varying degrees of success. Others have resisted. And among these are important countries, including the founders of BRICS: China, India, Brazil, all three for different reasons and with different scenarios. It is to be expected that the unexpected events will not disappear. New problems will continue to arise, generating newspaper articles and stock market jolts. At the beginning of the year, it was the United States' claims on Greenland, Canada and the Panama Canal, and a few weeks ago the US claimed its intention to regain the gigantic Bagram military base near Kabul. So the international context is affected by ongoing geopolitical tensions. There's a talk of settlement to the conflict in Ukraine, But the concrete outlines and timing of this complex process are still not clear. Each side currently has its own vision, which is incompatible with the others. It will be key to avoid an escalation on the ground. A truce has now been signed in the Middle East. We hope it will not prove as fragile as it appears. At the same time, there are signs suggesting a possible escalation of the conflict with Iran. If this were to happen, the consequences would be unpredictable and incalculable. Unfortunately, the general trend is that force, including military force, is being used with increasing ease and recklessness, as if many of the restraints that in the past managed to contain this type of action have disappeared in the current complicated situation. In recent months, we have also seen episodes of war between India and Pakistan, Thailand and Cambodia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, a missile attack by Israel and the US against Iran. We also saw the Iranian response. Armed clashes continue in Myanmar and the Horn of Africa, in the southern Sahel region, tensions in parts of East Asia. We are seeing outbreaks of violence in Nepal, Indonesia, the Philippines, even in the United States. Let's just remember the immigrant riots in California. These protests sometimes trigger violence in major European capitals. It's as if force, brute force, has become the last resort in a context where people do not listen to each other. There's no dialogue. We do not seek for shared solutions. This makes the international context very unstable. It slows down business as well as the economic and social progress in a world undergoing profound change. Now, dear friends, the transformation of the world in which we operate and the process of establishing a new pluralistic and multipolar governance in the international context, which was already visible after the 2008 financial crisis, has now reached a turning point. The forces that we see, we are now forced to abandon obsolete mental frameworks. We need to radically rethink our way of looking at contemporary times. The concept of the West and its values must be completely reviewed. Emmanuel Todd argues in his book that there are two definitions of the West. The first is a broad definition that looks at the flourishing of education, the affirmation of the capitalist economy, and the US power systems, which also includes countries such as the United Kingdom, the United States, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. This is the West. This is what he writes. This is the West of today's politicians and journalists, and of a NATO enlarged to include the Japanese protectorate. In this enlarged West, the takeoff of economic development compared to the rest of the world was determined by two cultural revolutions, the Italian Renaissance and the German Protestant Reformation. The second interpretation of the West is more limited and considers participation in the liberal and democratic revolution as the criterion for inclusion. In this case, a smaller group of countries are part of the West, only England, the United States, and France. The English Glorious Revolution of 1688, the American Declaration of Independence in 1776, and the French Revolution of 1789 are the events on which this narrow liberal West is based. In a broad sense, therefore, the West is not, this is Todd's conclusion, is not historically liberal because it also gave rise to Italian fascism, German Nazism, and Japanese militarism. We might add that among the monsters created by this West in these 500 years of history are many, including the violent conquest of America of the Southern Hemisphere, the genocide of native peoples, the enslavement of Africans and other indigenous peoples, colonialism, capitalism, imperialism, patriarchy, class hatred, racism, apartheid, and white supremacy. Today, Western democracies are in a terminal crisis and are experiencing post-democracy. The mainstream narrative centered on the contrast between Western liberal democracies and autocracies is no longer tolerable. It is paradoxical that the West claims to represent liberal democracy in opposition to supposed autocracies, just as its Anglo-American core which invented this form of democracy is in a deep and perhaps terminal crisis. At the same time, some international events, and in particular the recent summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Tianjin, which followed last year's BRICS summit in Kazan, have clearly shown that the Global South, or as it is sometimes called, the world majority, is beginning to gain a considerable weight, and it is making its independent choices. There have been frequent attempts to simplify events and present this new reality as an anti-Western movement. This is serious misjudgment. It is not against the West, but it's something that is happening without the West. It is not out of antagonism or a desire to sideline the West. It's the West itself that has sidelined itself, trying to continue imposing its choices without taking into account the developments that are underway, the interests of others. In fact, it's ignored them, believing to be the sole holder of absolute truth, and it's trying to put pressure on others and to impose various forms of conditioning, including force. This attitude could work in the past, and it did work. Now it no longer does. The Global South is seeking new mechanisms for interaction and consultation. It's looking for solutions to the most important problems of our time, but not in opposition to the West, which in a sense ignores it or considers it as an interlocutor of little importance. The Global South is working without the West. Now, in this context, comprehensive dialogue is necessary. There's no point in hurling invective and threats. It's important to seriously take the other into account. Among other things, the Global South and its emerging structures are based exactly on this principle. Despite unequal political, economic, military and technological weight, all countries are listened to and treated with respect. The strongest does not impose its will on others. Consensus is created instead. Solutions that are useful to all are sought. Now, of course, it's a difficult exercise. We shouldn't think that the process of sharing is easy, idyllic, smooth, and free of contradictions. We must take off our rose-tinted glasses. The road ahead is very hard. However, it is important to seek shared solutions. It will be very useful for the West to join in this historic movement. Let's look at Russia, which is certainly one of the main actors in the challenge to the unipolar order. The country is seeking a new European and even global security system. It takes into account not only its own concerns, which it believes are systematically ignored, but it also takes into account the needs of other countries without any discrimination. It is important to bear this in mind in order to understand the position of principle and the specificity of the world majority, in this case, in the Russian vision. It is often said, written and read that the new structures of the Global South are not effective, that they are only a facade, because there's no discipline, there are no obligations. But it's quite the opposite. This is precisely what makes the BRICS countries so powerful, attracting dozens of countries looking for cooperation. Even countries in direct conflict with each other are joining the BRICS countries. Think of India and Pakistan, Iran and the Gulf monarchies. Look at China and India, which after recent and even armed confrontations are now looking for and finding a way to smooth over the differences and work towards an agreement. Finding themselves under strong Western pressure helps these competing nations to meet and organize themselves together. This development has also meant that India, finding itself under unprecedented external pressure, has decided to become a major world power. It's made it clear to all its partners, with its 1.4 billion inhabitants, and as the fourth, soon the third global economic power, it no longer wants to just play the role of a serene and distant Zen observer. The maturity shown by India, which may be followed by Brazil, is the big news of recent years. In short, it is time for dialogue and sharing. The West should join in and not oppose this trend. The Global South is not against the West. It is pro-Global South and now has the means to promote and realize its aspirations. Turkey, which is hosting this year's Eurasian Economic Forum in Verona, is a particularly important country. It is part of NATO and aspires, in theory, to join the European Union, and at the same time it attends the BRICS and SCO summits. It dialogues with many parties in the search for agreements and acts as a mediator. It is an example of how we should proceed in seeking solutions and agreements. Even if we don't always succeed in finding these solutions, the search in itself helps us to understand and respect each other. It helps us to shape a new world. In modern geopolitics, this is a lot, even though success is never guaranteed. The United States, or at least the forces behind the new administration, have felt it and probably understood it too. And this is why they are trying to become part of this world that is taking shape. They do it in their own way, with actions that bear the mark of President Trump's personality. However, it is clear that the American approach is more rational, it is less ideological and unilateral than it was in the past. In the last 3 decades, a complete reversal seems unlikely, even if there is a change in the government majority in Washington. Now, this doesn't mean that the US is giving up. Certainly not. Safeguarding the primacy is still their strategy, but they are trying to achieve it using other means and taking into account all the changes that are on the way, and they are trying to take their place not in an imaginary space, but in the harsh reality of the post-Cold War world. The classic Cold War now almost forgotten and looked at only from school history textbooks. Today we find ourselves in the theatrical performance from the 17th, 18th century, when Aristotle's rules of poetics were observed. The action on stage had to be carried out in accordance with the unity of time, place and action. Now, here is the stage. The time is ripe for dialogue. Dialogue is an absolute necessity in our day and age. It is the absolute responsibility of all humanity. The place where we are is ideal. Istanbul, the only city in the world that spans 2 continents, Europe and Asia, with 3 bridges connecting the 2 shores of the Bosphorus Strait, which in turn also connects the Black Sea with the Mediterranean Sea through the Sea of Marmara. And it is also a passage for Russia, Ukraine and Romania. You need to go through Turkey to access the Mediterranean. Now it is up to us to take action during these 2 days of the forum. We're not going to shift the tectonic plates of geopolitics and geoeconomics. And yet, let's continue to exchange ideas, visions and actions to promote the diplomacy of economics and promote social progress. Let's build a future of prosperity and peace for those who will come after us and for our children. We need to fully assume our responsibility. Allow me to quote, before I conclude, a passage from a poem called To Life by the great Turkish intellectual and poet, I'm sure you know him much better than I do, Nazim Hikmet. Life is not a joke. Take it seriously. Take it seriously to such an extent that if you were put up against the wall with your hands tied or inside a lab wearing a white coat and glasses, you would die so that other men and women might live. Men whose faces you will never know, and you will die knowing that nothing is more beautiful and more poor than life. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Now, with this presentation, we close the first session. Now I give the floor to the chair, Tazio Schilling, and his distinguished guests. Thank you very much.
To all our distinguished speakers for this inspiring start to our forum, and thank you all audience for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue and invite the speakers of the session. Please join me in welcoming new realities of energy cooperation, innovative strategies for global progress. The session will be moderated by Mr. Tatsio Schilling and Mr. Leonid Michalson, Chairman of the Board, Novatek, for the speakers, and also Mr. Kirill Komarov, First Deputy General Director, Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation, Mr. Shahin Yaman, lecturer at Middle East Technical University and former WTO negotiator, and Mr. Konstantin Simonov, CEO, National Energy Security Fund. So please take your seats and let's welcome them all with a round of applause.
Cornerstone of the global economy, supporting industry, logistics, and digital infrastructure. Today, this sector is undergoing a rapid technological and structural shift. The extensive growth of renewable energy, enhancement of local power grids, and active reconfiguration of international energy corridors. These changes require new forms of cooperation and flexible strategies at the intersection of technology, politics, and investment. In 2024,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Дорогие друзья, günaydın, cari amici. It's a great pleasure to continue the interesting discussion from the plenary opening session, now with already a dedicated topic, which resonates very well with the motto of this year's forum, New Energy for New Economic Realities. And the first session indeed is about energy, about the new reality of energy cooperation, innovative strategies for global progress. And I'm very glad that we will have the opportunity to discuss this immensely important topic with a very distinguished panel, which comprises Leonid Michelson, Chairman of the Board and Member of the Board of Directors, Novatek, Kirill Komarov, First Deputy General Director and Director of Development and International Business Unit, Rosatom State Atomic Energy Corporation, Shahin Yaman, Lecturer, former WTO negotiator, Chief Counsel of Türkiye at the Turkish mission to the WTO organization in Geneva, and today lecturer at the Middle Eastern Technical University, and Konstantin Simonov, CEO of the National Energy Security Fund. We're having this discussion at a very interesting moment, ladies and gentlemen, where the old paradigms of energy are being fundamentally re-evaluated. As the participants of the opening session said, energy policymaking and the energy discussions evolve around three paradigms: affordability, reliability or security, and sustainability. And until very recently, it seemed that this path to the energy future is one which is dictated mainly by the transition to a green economy and green energy production. And the only question that was open was a question how fast and by which time we would get into this future. But now we are re-evaluating and at the same time obviously continuing certain of the transition processes that have been started before. If we look at what is happening in the energy sector in 2025, we see very interesting trends. We see that energy demand continues to rise globally. Energy demand is driven by mainly a rise in electricity consumption. Electricity consumption which is linked to electrification of industrial and transport, electricity demand and consumption which is also linked to increasing demand for global data and server centers, and by growing demand, especially in emerging and developing markets. At the same time, we see an interesting situation where now the lion's share of growth in energy supply is generated on the side of renewables, including atomic energy. We also see that demand continues to grow for traditional energy resources, fossil fuels, and here natural gas is the clear leader. And we also see that demand is recovering in traditional economies. So even in Europe, in the United States, energy consumption and production is currently on the rise. Now this is the stage where we will have this discussion today, and I would now like to give the floor to the first speaker, and for this I switch to Russian. For the translator it will be a bit difficult because part of the moderation will be in Russian, part of the moderation will be in English. Очень рад сейчас.
Well, it is my pleasure now to address our first honorable speaker, and this is Mr. Michelsson, Chairman of the Board at Novatek. Mr. Michelsson, I do believe you are in a unique position and you have a unique experience to answer to the questions that I've just raised. Indeed, you've spent most of your professional life in oil and gas industry, literally all of your professional life. And for 2 decades now, you've been heading Novatek, being the chairman of the board. At the same time, you've been at the forefront in many other areas, be that educational initiatives. You are the co-founder of a skull cover project. And I would like to ask you the following question. Over the past decade, the world energy market has been through a number of challenges. All the way from 2016 to 2020, it felt like the future of the world energy would be defined by the green agenda only. And the only question was how quick this transition is going to happen. However, today we see that there is a whole era of energy cooperation between Europe and Russia is at least temporarily suspended, since we see that there is no more Russian gas pipeline coming to the market. Nonetheless, virtually a quarter of the world energy mix accounts for natural gas, and more than half of natural gas is an LNG market. So it's quite obvious that the interests of all the gas market players are tied in a single plan of cooperation. However, there is no unified plan available. There are too many open matters and the positions of the market players are too far apart. Nonetheless, my question is, what are the realities of today that we need to pay particular attention to so that the current destabilization of the market is not growing into yet another prolonged energy crisis? And the future has shown us that energy crises are always accumulated by global crises. Is there a way to avoid it? If there is, we definitely should strive for it. Now, Mr. Michelsson, the floor is yours. Feel free to be seated or come up to the microphone.
Please. Dear participants in the forum, thank you for the question. The topic is very important. Last year, LNG consumption reached around 405 million tons, and you were absolutely correct to say that today it accounts for more than half of the global gas trade. On average, the LNG market is usually growing at 2% per annum, but because of the spike that Europe had this year, the forecast for this year is at around 4% instead. Europe will grow at around 4%, and it will consume an additional 20 million tons. By the way, the United States will have increased their exports this year by a smaller amount, by something like 17 million tons. This is why, if the EU were to continue increasing their demand at the same pace, no one would be able to guarantee that even new American projects would cover that. The contracting structure is now changing. Instead of long-term contracts, customers now opt for flexible supply terms, almost the same as in the oil market. For example, the Europeans sourced almost all of their additional volumes this year with spot contracts. LNG projects are no longer 100% linked to consumption regions. The market has become a global one. For example, the European Union included the phase-out of Russian LNG in 2027 in its 19th sanctions package, and Russia currently accounts for more than 10% of the global LNG production. These volumes would simply find home in other markets. Excluding them from the global gas balance is simply impossible. Prices would skyrocket. In this case, Most of the brunt will be borne by the European customer. One needs to recall 2022. By the way, back then, the prices went up as high as $35 per MMBTU back then. That's why we believe that the most important thing today is to maintain the energy balance and avoid the crisis. To do that, one needs to realistically understand the future demand and supply potential. Speaking in the Moscow Forum 2 weeks ago, OPEC Secretary General said that by 2050, the global economy would double. One could dispute the year, but everybody would probably share this estimate. So how could one cover this future demand with zero carbon energy, oil, gas and coal projects that today account for 86% of the energy mix will receive around 1.1 trillion US dollars in investment this year. Clean energy, nuclear, hydro and renewables that only take up 14% of the energy mix will receive twice as much, $2.2 trillion. Continuing like this, with this proportion, is not possible. The hydrocarbons resource base is no longer capable of supplying the world with cheap fuel, while the drastically disproportionate amount of investment flows into the renewables. One needs to resume investing in oil and gas. Even the International Energy Agency is saying that investment is required today to replenish resource base. But then let's take a look at France as an example. Feels like they fail to realize this today. We have this long-standing engineering partner, Technip of France, and there's only a handful of companies like them that can engineer and build LNG plants. They have approached state-owned banks for financial support for their new projects, but they hear no. There's a law that says that hydrocarbon projects, LNG, can no longer be financed. At the same time, their neighbor Germany has announced that by 2030 they will need to commission 20 gigawatt worth of gas-fired power plants. These facilities alone will consume around 15 million tons of LNG. All analysts recognize today that the demand for hydrocarbons would only grow. The world consumes a little bit more than 4 trillion cubic meters of gas today. By 2050, this amount will be at least 5 trillion, and this is a conservative estimate. That's why the question, how do we limit gas, is something that's said less and less frequently. And more we hear of, how do we cover this demand? What does the IEA, the International Energy Agency, say to this? Almost all of the world's gas, around 90%, is currently produced in fields facing decline in production. The resource-based structure is changing. Around 30% of the gas today is coming from shale fields. We're in Türkiye, and this year it will have consumed around 60 billion cubic meters, and the minister spoke about that earlier today and mentioned that they invested in exploration. They did this unique piece of a job, and they discovered a field which would be enough to cover something like 10% of the country's gas demand. We're speaking about billions of cubic meters, while the need runs into trillions. And a potential for major discoveries is no longer out there. The LNG market is forecast to grow from the current 405 million tons to 720 million tons by 2050. This means that the market will need an additional 300 million tons of LNG per annum over the next 2 decades. I apologize. The resources and reserves to cover this can only come from Qatar, the United States and Russia. Qatar has made a decision to make a large-scale expansion of their facilities and add something like 50 million tons. then the resource base is available in the United States. There's a huge resource base, but these are shale fields that require almost continuous development efforts. By the way, that's why the LNG production price is at around $6 to $7. At the same time, their potential is not unlimited. One needs to bear in mind their domestic demand. They say that in the next decade, the US data centers alone would require an additional 100 billion cubic meters of gas. Will this leave the spare capacity for export projects? Well, let's say the US increases their production by another 100 million. So together with Qatar, they will bring 150 million tons. Still, 150 million more is necessary. Where can this come from? The Arctic. It holds a quarter of proved and a third of yet to be discovered reserves in the world. And the cost of gas production in these explored and yet to be developed fields is at around 60 to 70 cents. Thanks to northern conditions and ambient temperatures at -35, LNG takes less energy to produce. This means the production cost is lower and as is the environmental footprint. It's good that the new US administration understands the region's potential. They have supported development of Northern Alaska, the resource base of which runs into something like 5 trillion cubic meters of gas. They are now considering an investment decision in an LNG project in Alaska, despite the need to build a 1,300-kilometer pipeline to enable it. What is also very important, they are engaging many international partners for the project. There's no doubt that over time these reserves will be developed by means of producing LNG and shipping with LNG carriers directly from the field. And when LNG prices go down, developing nations simply start to use LNG to replace coal-fired power generation. Let's look at India as an example, where the current gas share in the energy mix is to grow from 6% to 15%. Therefore, LNG supply glut is simply impossible, while a shortage is very much possible. Losing Russian LNG in the global gas balance will send prices through the roof, as was the case in 2021 and 2022. But then what is also very important, covering the future demand growth of 300 million tons of LNG is simply impossible without the Arctic reserves, and most of the reserves are located in Russia. Just like the American LNG projects in Alaska that require engaging a big number of international partners, covering the global demand requires cooperation in the Russian Arctic today. And I urge you to work towards this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mickelson. And if you allow me, I would like to ask one clarification question. You clearly explained why we need to invest and why it is happening even now, taking into account the role of natural gas in this energy future of ours. And you specifically named where those resources are. But then it means that we need to invest in relations between countries. And what is interesting here, we can look at our past. Relations in the gas industry, and I'm head of the Association of European Business, cannot but speak about it. So this was the spine of gas relations. It was established in the 1970s. That was the time of detente, and the tensions were not that high. But at the same time, it was the end of the Cold War. Actually, we still had to wait for it. And now we are again at the time of conflict and disagreement. How can we invest in this future? Maybe it should begin even now, so that we can move forward along some different route and paradigm. Can you please share with us your vision on that? Can we do the same? Because in the past we saw that, even when the relations were not their best.
So my speech, which I hope was not too long, I actually wrapped up with this main point, that without international cooperation, developing the Arctic zone is almost an impossible task. And to avoid the crisis that some European nations are pushing everyone towards, we have to somehow split those matters. I'm not a specialist in political questions, in country relationship. I'm looking at this from the energy industry viewpoint. Discovering reserves, building a development plan takes years, 4 or 5 years at least. You have heard those numbers and the requirements for commissionings that need to take place in the coming decade or two, and this work needs to start today. And it was not in vain that I mentioned this example, that the United States, for them probably, item number 1 today is the partnership in Alaska North Slope. I'm very certain that they will arrive to the conclusion that they don't need to build so many pipelines, that LNG carriers can do the job. And the American Arctic and Russian Arctic are very much similar, and it will definitely happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I fully agree with you. Obviously, take into account the role of the Arctic. It shouldn't become a new area of conflict and opposition. This should be the place where we can cooperate, and we should invest all our efforts in this. And we know Russia has enormous capabilities in the gas sphere, the state-of-the-art technologies, and the resource base. All this will play an important role in developing this potential. At the same time, there are other energy areas where Russia has unique potential. And I would like to emphasize that Rosatom Corporation is one of the companies in the nuclear field which has been consistently developing and growing capabilities and competences and its know-how for all the stages of production, starting from extraction to construction of nuclear units, commissioning and decommissioning nuclear power plants. Now I would like to give the floor to Kirill Komarov, first deputy of and director of the block on investments and development of Rosatom Corporation. And my question to you, my first question to you is, how do you see the role of nuclear energy in the world energy mix in view of all those restrictions and requirements in the area of green economy, and especially at the time of turbulence? What about cooperation with our partners? So I mentioned 1.1 trillion investments in oil and gas and 2.2 trillion in renewables, and only 14% has been invested in nuclear. All right, definitely, we need to increase that. Thank you. Right, thank you very much for inviting me. For me, it is a great pleasure to speak here. Right, this is the time of rapid changes and unique challenges. When traditional approaches to energy development and international partnerships require some new thinking, and I would like to share some thoughts with you. The main question the humanity faces now, this is how to ensure energy for the whole population. The demand for energy has been growing, and it is driven by growth of cities, urbanization, digitalization that requires data centers, and also diversification of transport and the energy transition. The global demand has been growing by 3.4% per year, and by 2050, the global consumption of energy will reach, there are different estimates, of course, but it can at least double, and it will be 50 trillion kilowatt per hour. And this means that the whole world is now facing all these challenges, how to ensure reliable and clean energy to our populations. And without nuclear energy, it is impossible. Energy is required in all geographical locations for diverse consumers. And currently, according to the IAEA data, over 730 million people. Can you imagine? Almost 13% of the population of the Earth do not have access to energy at all. And electricity should be available, it should be guaranteed, it should be reliable, and nuclear energy provides solutions to this. Every country identifies their own solutions and answers what is their energy mix. And I'm not going to speak about specific elements, whether it should be coal, gas, or nuclear. Well, these are major sources of energy generations, and they are main right now, and they will remain central in the future. And this clean energy discussion is over now, so there are no doubts what means clean energy. Nuclear energy is part of the environmentally neutral sources of energy. Recently, we had to prove that, and we required some collective answers to that. But now a consensus has been reached that the fully fledged energy transition is impossible without usage of nuclear energy. And the COP28 Conference of the Parties. It was in December 2023. For the first time in the history of those conferences, a decision was included into the resolution that nuclear energy should be developed as well. And by 2050, the nuclear generation will triple, and 130 companies all over the world joined this process. So we see that there's growing demand for energy coming from Rosatom in view of climate change, and we have a wide range of various solutions, whether it is of different capacity, but security, safety, and reliability. These are major things we offer. And as I mentioned already, this year, our nuclear energy is marking its 80th anniversary, and we can offer various solutions to our international partners. We have all reference projects, and they have proved to be reliable and safe. In Russia, the nuclear energy occupies 20%, and every fifth light bulb is lit by this, and sometimes 30 or 40% of electricity in different regions comes from nuclear. And mainly these are WWER reactors. These are major blocks and units of this is state-of-the-art technology. The first one was launched in 2015. It includes a so-called passive security systems, so no involvement of people is required. So even if there are no external power supply, so it can ensure that it will continue functioning, and it is protected from tsunami or any other natural disasters. And this type of reactors will be built and are being built in Turkey as well. You have observed already this trend that more and more consumers all over the world, they are interested in smaller reactors and modular solutions. Different countries are now having about 70 projects like that, and only Russia can provide all sorts of technical solutions for such generation, and the only floating power generation station is in Russia, and it works near Chukotka, and now we're building a whole fleet of such floating power plants, and also there are units for icebreakers and others. And Vladimir Putin, when he was in Tashkent, Rosatom signed the first small capacity nuclear power plant in Uzbekistan. And this is all a reality, so these are not projects on paper. Rosatom has remained company number one in terms of exporting NPP technologies. Our nuclear units are number one, and there's 41 nuclear units in 11 countries. And can you imagine, out of 25 nuclear units that are being built, 22 are built by Rosatom. This is 90% of the newly developed power plants. And all in all, in our history, 111 nuclear reactors were built, so every fifth in the world. And why different countries select Rosatom as their partner? The reasons are not only in the leading technology and state-of-the-art solutions, but because we ensure a comprehensive approach, and in the core of every project and our activities are the interests of our partners. And we are very flexible depending on the demands and ideas of our partners. We can ensure different configurations, and we can use only our own technologies and solutions, but we are flexible, and we discuss it very carefully, and we know how Russian nuclear reactors can be combined with French turbines and German control systems. And this is what is happening in Turkey, for example. We are using Russian turbines for Russia-provided nuclear power plant. And this is our enormous strategic advantage. And in Russia, we use only Russian components and technologies, but any partnership requires partners' relations. We need to be flexible. We need to offer different solutions, what our counterparts require. And the greatest foundation of ours is that we always follow all our obligations, whatever difficulties we might come across in the world. Rosatom has been working as a conveyor of leading technologies. We see that many countries express their interest in this, and today at this Verona Eurasian Economic Forum, I cannot but mention one of the key events of this year. It is the beginning of a large-scale project in Kazakhstan, and you know that for Kazakhstan it was not so easy to begin nuclear energy, so they had a referendum in the country, so they wanted to reach a national consensus in this respect, and now Kazakhstan is a leading partner of the international consortium, and on the 8th of August in Urgen the works were begun. And in Uzbekistan, our partners selected a different approach. There will be two different reactors, a large capacity and a smaller capacity, and the reliability of our technology is not the only argument in favor of Rosatom. When we come to different countries, and we actually help those countries to develop a nuclear industry in those countries. It involves infrastructure, specialist training, and development of local regulation, local production of equipment. And we even help them to ensure community involvement and approval, how information should be provided and disseminated, because people are scared when they don't see sufficient data. And in the context of multipolar world development, it is extremely important to ensure non-discriminatory access to new technologies. And in Moscow, there was the first global nuclear forum, and leaders of the countries were there, and it was chaired by the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin, and there were leaders from Armenia, Belarus, Myanmar, Ethiopia, Iran, Uzbekistan, Niger, and international organizations like IAEA and the World Nuclear Association. And the President of Russia identified three major principles for international cooperation in the multipolar world conditions. First of all, we need to reject the practice of so-called technological colonialism. No country should use their technological advantage to diminish the role of other countries, and it should not impose their conditions. And the sanctions and various restrictions, these are instruments of the past, and they cannot stimulate progress. They limit the exchange of technologies and experience. Second, it is access to leading technologies and innovations, including nuclear. This should be ensured for all peoples, and this includes not only clean energy, but also medicine and education. Then we will ensure sustainable development not only of some countries but the whole humanity. And the third is that the culture of trust and mutual respect should form the basis of this cooperation. We have been consistent in following all these principles in our relations with partners, and right now nuclear energy provides a number of advantages. First of all, the energy systems are developed because nuclear means reliable and intermittent supply for remote regions as well. Secondly, nuclear energy promotes diversification, and it develops new industries, related areas, and export opportunities. The third one, it is a specialist professionals training, because thousands of people are required to work in this. And the Minister of Energy from the Republic of Turkey was speaking about it. Hundreds of young engineers and other specialists have been trained in Russia, and now they work in nuclear energy as well. So there should be scientists and engineers. This will ensure solving of specific tasks, and all in all, it will ensure some solid, robust education and science framework for the new generations of specialists. And another one is that development of nuclear energy is critically important for all countries to ensure their energy sovereignty. And in developing the fuel and energy sector, we help those countries, and also we form the basis for future technological breakthroughs. Just a number of examples. Hungary, they began developing nuclear energy last century with support of the Soviet Union. There's a Fox NPP, 40% of all energy in Hungary is generated there. And around it, there's machine building and equipment building industries, and they have their pool of suppliers. And a lot has changed. There's no more Soviet Union. But as soon as we began working on the project of new NPP construction in Hungary, all those specialists, they now, see the next 100 years of future work, because it will be built and then will be operated for this period. And we see it as a great stimulus for development of Hungarian industry. And as I said, there are related areas. It is science, agriculture, medicine. In Belarus, we built the first NPP, and 40% of the generation is clean nuclear energy. And we also initiated a number of projects, and they all source from our competences and capabilities. And as I said, it is a wide range of areas. And now we are in Turkey, so we cannot but mention the Akkuyu NPP. It is a very good example of this strategic partnership between Russia and Turkey for the next 100 years. And in participating of this project, we actually help Turkey to make sure that their dream comes true. And this is a large-scale project, and it is the largest NPP construction project in the world. And at the same time, 4 reactors, 5 gigawatt are being built, and 50 years. This is the designed capacity, and there will be 20 more years, the extension time. And this is a unique model because it is a built and operate model, and we are a provider and investor and the owner of this NPP, and this means that we guarantee its reliable work and investments, and we train all the personnel, and we are responsible for its safe operation. You see in these images how this has changed in the past 6 years. I would like to see one more image. Now you see this flat site, but at first there was a mountain, there was a hill, and this hill had to be removed, and over 30,000 people have been working there for 6 years. And now we are focusing the completion of the first reactor unit. All construction and assembly works have been completed, and the second, third, and fourth reactors are under construction. The energy generated there will be transported by 4 kilovolt lines to 6 transformer stations, and they will be part of the grid, and thousands of kilometers of these transport lines are being built. And you see, it is not only the nuclear power plant that should be finished. And this is an enormous impulse to develop industry and economy of Turkey. And now we see the beginning of a new branch, and it's a new industry, nuclear industry. And after launching, about 10% of Turkish energy will be produced there, and annually it will be about 35 billion kilowatt per hour, and this is enough for the whole Istanbul with 16 million people. And once again, I should emphasize that it is not just an energy-related project. We are sure that this NPP will contribute to economic development of Turkey, and people will have a new potential, possibilities, and a new future. And the Akkuyu NPP has contributed a lot to social and economic development of the country, and 89% of 30,000 people are Turkish residents. And in addition to those jobs, there are more jobs because these people have to live somewhere, to eat somewhere. And one job at the construction site creates about 10 jobs in related areas. So you can easily multiply it.
And in fact, the reality turned out to be even better than we expected, despite the fact that this is the first nuclear power plant in Turkey, and we were very cautious in localization, making assumptions on how many Turkish companies would be ready to join and would qualify to act as contractors. So the bold plan was to have about 400 companies to participate. Right now, there are more than 2,000 Turkish companies participating in the construction, and the scale of localization that was initially planned planned to be at about 25%, right now amounts to 50%. So 50% of the project is done by Turkish companies. The nuclear power plant is not yet even commissioned, but we already paid more than 11 billion US dollars in taxes as revenue to the Turkish state budget. Obviously, despite the fact that those are Russian technologies, the nuclear power plant will be operated by Turkish citizens, and we therefore have a large-scale educational project. 320 Turkish students have graduated already and work at the Akuyu nuclear power plant, and in total we plan to offer education to more than 1,000 experts. Hundreds of students from Turkey are studying, and when all 4 units are commissioned, we expect to have more than 4,000 people to work at the nuclear power plant. And gradually, as they get proper command of the technologies, most of them will become Turkish citizens. Minister Bayraktar talked about that today in detail. Now, Akuyu NPP will largely contribute to Turkish achievement of its Paris Agreement goal to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 21%. And the NPP per se would prevent emissions of 18 million tons of CO2 equivalent annually. So this is a serious contribution to decarbonization. We are carefully watching to make sure we minimize any kind of impact on the environment. We have an ongoing environmental monitoring. We constantly conduct environmental campaigns, starting from cleaning up the beaches all the way to educational and awareness campaigns among local population. Just to name the few, lately next to the NPP construction site, we conducted international fishing competition, so that all those who love fishing from various countries could come and enjoy fishing and make sure from their own experience that nuclear construction is very safe. There is nothing to be worried about, unlike some cartoons like The Simpsons. So there is nothing to worry about, and we've proved that fish is well protected and safe in the area. We obviously contribute to the infrastructure development in the region. There is more population relocating to the region. There is more economic activity happening. There are various educational and training centers evolving, sports facilities. We build road and tunnels and crossroads. The real estate market is going up. Hotel business is growing dramatically. This is a whole new life coming to the region that was before only focusing on agriculture. And of course, we operate as one single body with the rest of Turkish community around us. We're in touch with local communities. We support local civic initiatives. We contribute to infrastructure development. In all kind of difficult times, we stay together hand in hand. During the time of pandemic, we developed a whole set of measures to prevent COVID outbreak. We were offering vaccination points, offering medical assistance, and supported hospitals around. On the 6th of February 2023, Turkey faced 2 severe earthquakes. One had a score of 8 points. The other one was 7.6. By the way, not a single facility was affected at the Akuyu nuclear power plant, which shows that we built everything very reliably and securely, and all of our facilities are capable to stand earthquake with a magnitude of 9 points and more. And most importantly, we involved emergency workers of Russia to help those affected. 2,500 of constructors, workers, and a whole number of construction rigs were removed from Akuyu power plant to offer assistance to those affected by the earthquake, to help with the excavation work and offer assistance. So we never stand aside whenever there is urgent situation and help is needed. We know that Turkey is facing high fire and wildfires risks, and we have our own firefighters, and we're ready to assist, not just at the construction site, but also in the province where we have presence. So, summing up, I wanted to say that nuclear industry is an example where we can unite and bring together advanced developments, principles of environment protection, human talent development, support to local communities, because today we are at the forum where we talk about the necessity of facilitating a dialogue, and by implementing projects like Akuyu nuclear power plant, we show that only through cooperation and joint movement to share knowledge, by showing respect towards sovereignty and cultural values of our countries, we can develop truly breakthrough solutions for the whole world by making nuclear energy and nuclear environment cleaner and people's lives better. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Komarov. Thank you for a very substantial presentation. I would like to address one additional question to you. You talked about large-scale projects that are ongoing despite all the difficulties and tensions in the geopolitical environment. You've also mentioned smaller projects, small nuclear units and floating reactors that are developing in the Arctic region. Please tell us, what is the role of the floating nuclear power plants and what is the role that they could play in other regions of the world? Do you have any plans to develop international cooperation in this area? Are you thinking about Africa or Asia? Well, small modular reactors in general are severely hyped, and there are many speculations around them. Well, the truth is that electric power generated by small nuclear reactors can never be cheaper than the ones generated by large nuclear power plants. You always need to heavily invest in infrastructure, you need to invest in safety and security. However, the source of power generation is smaller. Therefore, there are more expenditures associated with this kind of power generation. However, there are many remote locations in the world that do not have access to the central power grid. And in that cases, it does make sense to use that kind of solutions. Apart from that, there are many energy systems in the world that are by default fairly small. In Africa, there are many countries where the whole power grid is about 200, 300 megawatts. Our typical power unit generates 1,200 gigawatts. It's better to build 2 or even 4 nuclear units as we do it here in Türkiye. So that kind of power generation would be considerably higher than the whole power grid of some small countries. And in case of small countries, small nuclear reactors do make a lot of sense. So if that is that kind of location that is remote, or maybe that is an island state, and the Arctic zone of Russia is a good example as well. Apart from the nuclear power plant that we've been operating for 5 years in Chukotka, we are building 5 more floating nuclear units for one of the largest copper reserves in Baim mine. And hopefully by the end of this decade, it will be commissioned, and those 4 floating nuclear power plants will generate 400 megawatts of energy for it, because each floating platform has 2 nuclear units at 50 megawatts each. In Africa, there are many locations like that, and the matter of floating nuclear power generation is not new. And here in Türkiye, there is a well-known company, Karadeniz, producing floating platforms that operate using diesel, gas, and coal, and we firmly believe that this lineup would be added by solutions from the nuclear energy, because this world has a right to a reasonable energy mix that has to be a combination of several solutions, be that gas, nuclear, or anything else, and each country should be allowed to decide and choose. It must be non-discriminatory, and then everyone will get access for sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Two experts speaking on key sectors of Russian energy production, Russian energy exports. And I would like now turn to our host country, Turkey, where our next speaker is uniquely positioned to guide us through the great reconfiguration that is taking place in the international energy landscape. And I would like to ask you, dear Professor Dr. Sahin Yaman, foreign trade expert and professor at the Middle East Technical University, whether you could share your perspective on what we are currently observing, the transition from a rules-based system to a power-oriented international system, how the strategic imperatives for a nation like Turkey to navigate this new reality look like. And then again, more focusing on energy, how new partnerships and supply chains are forging the multipolar energy order, and whether our global institutions can adapt to this accelerating energy transition, whether they will be fit to accompany the international energy cooperation in the 21st century. Would like to give the floor to you, and also for you, it's your choice whether you want to do it from your seat or whether you want to go to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for making me professor, but I'm only a doctor. Okay. Before starting and delving into the technicalities, I should like to thank first to the board and chairman of the Verona Economic Forum. I also thank to Russian-Turkish businessmen associations in general. My thanks also goes to all the translators and the technical staff who made this wonderful organization possible. Mr. Chairman, in these days we are commemorating the inception of the Turkish Republic's 102nd anniversary. And having access to high quality translators and recalling our founding father Mustafa Kemal Atatürk's sensitivity to use Turkish language, and as a former Turkish state official, with your indulgence and permission, I wish to continue my presentation in my mother tongue. Where's the pointer? Point. Just.
Well, before I embark on my presentation, I would like to reiterate two important things which are important for me. Well, the first one is around 29 years ago, the Republic of Türkiye sent me to Italy to study Russian economies and Soviet economies, and this is my 29th year after my graduation in Bologna. So regarding this, so we have been, we have Russian and Italian colleagues and bureaucrats and people, experts who are working in the energy field, and seeing all of you in my city of Istanbul, indeed, it's a great thing to see you all here. So, this is rather technical presentation from the nuclear energy and to the other aspects of the energy industry. But we have other experts who know of this much better than I do. So I would like to actually focus on my specialty, the critical, just like in the other critical raw materials, energy in the global economic system is a sub-function of the developments in the global energy industry. So right at the moment, in 1 century or in 3 centuries, a tectonic structural change is being experienced, which might be experienced in perhaps 3 centuries, 500 or 600 years ago, with the discovery of the different continents. And when there was a switch to the Atlantic, it changed everything. So after centuries, the system is being redefined. So Atlantic-oriented economic system is now shifting towards the Pacific. And in 1944, the so-called EU hegemony is actually coming to an end, and it's being collapsed. But what are the repercussions in terms of the energy? Let's dive into that. Well, as you know, in 1944, in New Hampshire, before the end of the Second World War, the global economic system regarding finance, development, and commerce, there was a framework, and there were three important institutions: IMF, which is regulating the short-term payments, and we have the World Bank, which is regulating the sort of the medium-term payments, and almost all of them have lost their functions to a great extent, especially in 2000s, where we started to have the hyper-globalization when it was at its peak. So it's sort of a reverse process which was kicked off. And about that, I would like to share a very small chronology with you. Over here, you see the geopolitical and economic factors and their interaction. And it has, to a great extent, has shaped our current reality. So the geopolitics, or say in terms of the security, where we had the peak of the globalization and then deglobalization and then coming back, or sort of, that one of the processes which was shaping this was the China's WTO accession in 2001, and in terms of security, Afghanistan occupation by the USA. And then after 7 or 8 years later, we start to see the global financial crisis. 2008 global financial crisis, including the energy demand, energy import, export, mining, minerals. It was a turning point for everything, because post 2008 we started to have a sort of a mercantilism and sort of a protectionism, which was never going back. And in terms of the Eurasia, one of the most important interactions or factors which was resulting is that the first Trump administration and its withdrawal from Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement in 2018. So this was sort of the gravity center of the global commerce was shifting towards Asia, and AI or embedded software oriented production was shifting to Asia, and the geopolitical gap which was created by the withdrawal of Trump administration from TPP. In 2020, there was a very interesting development. RCEP, or Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, inception took place in 2020. So it's a very comprehensive business cooperation partnership. For the first time, but it's very important, for the first time ever, China, the Republic of Peoples of China, started a process with Japan and South Korea, Australia and New Zealand. And, within RCEP, RCEP, which started to become a center, and it started sort of a process of articulation with the rest of the world. And then in terms of the BRICS, even though the objections, despite the objections of the Federal Bank of USA, and they became a member. So in terms of the financial and the real current situation, these are very important contributing factors. Regarding the energy, I think this is one of the most important factors which is influencing the whole equation. And perhaps on the verge of, this is one of the reasons why we're on the brink of a nuclear war. The WTO, Doha development talks have collapsed, and starting with the Obama administration, the administration of USA, the systematic veto of WTO appellate by the appointment since Obama's era, culminating in 2019 when the last required judge was blocked, paralyzing the judicial function. So they vetoed the appellation, the designation of the judges. So it's sort of become dysfunctional or not able to function. So 80% or 90% of these cases were won by USA. And Cipolla, I would like to now refer to Cipolla, so because he talks about the irrational actions, the actions of the stupidity. And Cipolla says that within the scope of stupidity, there are some courses of action, and without any awareness, this is putting harm to everyone, regardless of wherever you're standing. So when the economic structure was the protectionism of the WTO, all of the reports in a cumulative fashion at an increasing rate, all of them were reports stating that the protectionism levels were increasing. And regarding the 2019 or 2018 progress forecast reports, they were all going downwards. And with the Trump administration and the trade wars, even that jargon and even that discourse started to put the global economy sort of into a guarding, a security-oriented guarding position. I'm not a great expert of energy, but in 2009 and in 2008 and 9, you know, the shale gas, which started to be very expensive, and I think that's one of the main reasons why we have the Ukraine war at the moment. But as a result of that, the Atlantic economy, the biggest economic bloc of the world, started to destroy one another, because on the transatlantic level, there were, you know, mutual liberalization investments between USA and EU. They were feeding one another. But in 2008 or 9, for the first time ever, China with USA and Germany, it surpassed them forever. And USA and the West, sort of, they started to fear competition. Well, for example, we have a concept called MAGA, Make America Great Again. So I think there's sort of an inferior complex, so make it great again, which seems to have been reflected onto the discourse. Chipola again, referring to Chipola. All throughout the world, the withdrawal of the UK after the Second World War, even more dangerous, in my opinion, than that, the blocking of the WTO agreements and negotiations, and the export the import taxes on the rare minerals. It used to be 2.5, but now it's exceeding 20%, as if it's in developing or emerging country, and pursuing a very protectionism-oriented policy is going to be accelerating and elevating the conflicts. So it's a reality that so I'm not going to be repeating Mackinder projects or theories, but you know, the Eurasia, as we say, not only for China but in the East Asia becoming a geopolitical center, and in terms of the commodity and goods, from electronics to the steel, from the defense industry to the chemistry, in every spectrum of the in every spectrum of the trade, it has become sort of a commercial hub. But you know, USA and EU has also the services industry, where they are excelling. You know, USA has an export of $2 trillion, China and Hong Kong, it's 4.5. But in USA, we have the export of 1 trillion, and it's one of the very significant factors which is impacting the whole equation. And in the upcoming times, the political equation is going to be on focusing on tourism, transportation. So it's very much going in that direction of the services industry. Very probably. So, you know, the economic cooperation and increasing the East-West partnership in Eurasia, RCEP agreement is of pivotal significance, in my opinion. Why is it important? Because in AUKUS or in the Pacific, in some geopolitical regions, the South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and Korea. So these are sort of the gravitational centers. So, for example, in terms, apart from the semiconductors, Asia can do everything almost at all times. And introduction of these countries into RCEP, when we have recovered in terms of the balance with USA and EU, I think it's going to result in very peaceful situation. So regarding the purchasing power parity, so in BRICS, the GDP of USA has been surpassed. So when we look at the current situation which we face vis-a-vis the trade wars, or you know, the unforeseeable modus operandi of Trump in terms of the consistency, it's very important in the forecastability, foreseeability of tariffs in terms of the conflicts, or you know, the mitigation of the conflicts. This is one of the most important things. So binding, or you know, the clarity of the tariffs is of pivotal importance. And you know, USA seems to be destroying all. So the appellate of the judges And just like in the 18th century, so we have the American, one of the founders of Korea, Alexander Hamilton, which are among the founders of the American system. So, you know, making a reference to the economic nationalism and, you know, a major economy, the major economy stepping into this equation, and this negative interaction with the rest of the second and the third major players, it's shaping everything. So the global demand is very important. When you have a reduction in the global growth, everything else is very much impacted and triggered by that. So I would like to talk about these things, but which is very visible to the naked eye, and I'm sure you're all familiar with these aspects. So the hegemony of USA in you know, this is very much something studied in the literature. There was never an American hegemony on the Western system. There was this dominance because China, Soviet Union, India, so many other countries were not involved in that. But let's accept that as an economical system, Bretton Woods and USA, they were the most important determinants of the system. But now that system has collapsed in Cancun, in WTO agreements. Maybe in 1998 Seattle anti-globalization protests, it came to a collapse. And I have my doubts, you know, who collapsed what. But, you know, if and when the real economy is collapsing, we will lose finance and the trade, you know, with tanks, or, you know, if you can't enter a place with tanks or artillery, then you can enter those places with drones. So I think we're going towards a multipolarized system. And, well, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a perfect and the polarized. I think polar, I think it has to do with the terminology. We need to correct that. It's a rather problematic expression. It doesn't mean that it's not going to be problematic. However, I believe it's going to be better than this system. Normatively speaking, learning our lessons from the 20th century, the different sizes of countries need to revisit the WTO model. Despite everything, WTO, you know, was the most democratic organization, despite the contrary beliefs of the world. So the multipolarized system, BRICS, Brazil, you know, with the increase of BRICS, and nominally speaking, they surpassed the rest of the world in terms of the PPP, and from Mexico, from Canada, and technologically speaking, it's much more advanced in terms of the semiconductors or conductors. This is becoming a very significant region, and this is going to be so in the city states of Italy, and I studied at Cyprus, by the way, and you know, most of the cities are actually taking after the Venice style, and everyone shall be willing to share. And I think in that case, EU and USA are going to play a very significant role. Very briefly, I would like to talk about historical anecdote. When you establish a new system, you know, our founding father of the Republic of Turkey, I also would like to take this opportunity to commemorate our founding father, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, and his brothers in arms. And the Great Depression in 1929, you know, Wall Street crisis, but Sumter and Hawley, two American senators, they significantly increased the customs duty. The real economy was shrinking, and, you know, there was a shrinkage by more than 80%. I don't know the real statistics, maybe it's 90%. And likewise, the stock exchange, if America sneezes, and then the rest of the Europe, they become down with flu, and then Mussolini, Hitler, and all the other countries actually follow suit. But the sterling, the pound was in crisis, and, you know, in 1917 in Gallipoli, when Nusret's ship, the artillery ship, just make the British sank. They made them sink. Therefore, the Brits actually, they lost themselves and they couldn't be recovered. So in that between Hitler, Mussolini, Stalin, you know, and the conflicts in 1932 in Geneva, Kindleberger, says Geneva, but I think there was a mistranslation. In Geneva, there was an international finance and architecture conference which took place, and Kindleberger's famous book, Great Depression, and it has 2 footnotes. And Turkey, back then, League of Nations or ILO, our president worked there downstairs, and you know President the building very well. The Turkish delegation has 2 financial, they proposed to establish 2 major economic organizations. And with Kindleberger's footnote, CD, footnote for the formation of embryonic international monetary fund proposed by the Turkish government. That's the footnote that we say. And also International Credit Development Bank, World Bank, as we know today.
Effendi, I think we are getting a bit into trouble with time.
Finalizing?
If you could come to the conclusion, what this means for the energy multipolar order.
Okay,
so,
I'm
yes.
finishing. I just give this example. 12 years before the formation of the Bretton Woods system, Turkey proposed this proposal with the ILO, Belgium, and Poland to provide finance for everybody, not for the north or south. It's a kind of mix, bridging the gap between different sides. And I strongly believe that sorry, I'll keep in Turkey. Yeah.
Well, when we are going towards a multipolarized system, so between China and America in the recent developments, I think we are going, especially in rare elements, rare minerals, and in the other fields, I think, we are taking realistic steps, and I think it's very positive. And in the upcoming times, I do hope that we're going to be seeing more of these future developments, positive developments, because, without USA or EU in this multipolarized system, it's out of the question. Everyone has to take on their responsibility, and with a constructive mindset, so not conflicting, but agreeable in an amicable fashion. Everyone has to use their tools. Again, I would like to refer to an economist, the thick book theory. So he says that every era has their thick book. Marx, The Capital, Adam Smith, or Keynes. So I think in the upcoming times, in this multipolarized version, the agreement, or we have to have a modality of multilaterality, the BRICS, EU, USA, everyone has to be there. And we have to be sharing, we have to be egalitarian, and we have to have a fair approach. And it's not 100% doable, but everyone embarking on this journey has to put on their best efforts. And thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shahin Yaman Effendi, for this very thought-provoking and keynote, and for putting things into perspective. And I think you rightly reference also to the rich past experience of the Turkish Republic and its founding father of Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. And the holiday that you just celebrated. And I would now like to turn to our fourth speaker, k našemu četvrtemu speakeru.
And now I would like to move over to our fourth speaker, Konstantin Simonev, CEO of the Foundation of Energy Security. Konstantin Vassilievich, it's not the first time when we discuss energy security with you. Every year, we try to monitor what is happening, what are new trends. And looking back at our past, the past 3 or 4 years, what are the major trends you can identify? Trends that move us towards the energy future. What are the major challenges we are facing? What is your perspective on that? Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. For me, it is a great pleasure to speak here in front of you. I would like to thank the Connoisseur Eurasia Association and the whole team of the organizing committee. Every year, they do so much, and really, all this is so well organized, and it is a great platform for sharing opinions. And we would like to thank the hosting party. Yeah, definitely there's the special energy of having this in this beautiful palace. Right, let's have a look at the changes in the world energy sector. And actually, it's not just the last 4 years, but about 10 years. Very often, when we discuss global political aspects, they say that right after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we had the era of the rule-based politics. And when we speak about economy, they say that we managed to develop the global economy, and the energy sector is part of that, because we saw that global energy markets were developing, and it was obvious at the oil market, and it was clear how oil is traded and what are terms and conditions and benchmarks. And because of natural gas development, they were saying that there will be a global gas market with all the new pipelines connecting regions. And now what we see, it is the whole collapse of this system, as this rule-based economy and rule-based energy, because it was part of it. And this is thanks to all the actions by those states who were trying to convince how bright this world is. And we traditionally call it the collective West. There are nuances, of course, because the Western countries are quite different. But I believe we need to speak about these 6 strategic eras made by European countries and Western countries in the area of energy. The first 2, they are related to the attempts of the European Union to create a certain vision of the future and to impose that vision on everyone. It is an energy, a snobbish position. They had just one image of the future and they were promoting it, but only due to their own interests. A big question is whether everybody achieved that. And China actually underestimated the production of solar panels and electric vehicles, because the idea was that in terms of renewables, the whole world should use Western technologies. But something went wrong there. And natural gas was discriminated, and partly nuclear energy as well. We heard about changes in this sphere, but for a long time, nuclear was excluded from this carbon neutral proposals and projects. One question I continue repeating: if the European Union worries a lot about climate change, why don't they calculate the aftermath of the sanctions outcomes? Right, we see now that all the transportation routes are different, and if they purchase fuel from China and India, the carbon footprint is enormous, definitely. Right, and there's an important verb in English, to weaponize, and weaponizing energy. They used to say that Russia has been turning gas into an energy weapon, and this term was coined in the West. But now they are doing this. They are weaponizing this sector, and we see all the sanctions and restrictions imposed on Russia And one of the brightest examples of that is the Nord Stream explosions. And until now, we haven't heard the appropriate response to it. Italy, for example, at some point, okay, they agreed to extradite one of the people involved. Then they said no. Now probably again they will extradite him. But we expect Germany to have an appropriate court hearing of all this, because if we speak about weaponization of energy, this is the best example of it. And when we read in the Western media that maybe there will be terrorist attacks on the Turkish stream as well, so we cannot just continue looking at it quietly.
So sanctions. By the way, here on the slide, you can see the correspondence of two foreign ministers, one of Hungary and response of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Hungary is asking, what are we going to do about those who've exploded the Nord Stream? One of them is in Poland. And the Minister of Poland responds that they were correct to conduct this sabotage, and I can only hope that they would do the same to the Druzhba pipeline. So that's the way the European Union sees this situation. Now, a few words on the sanctions. Mr. Michelson commented on the latest package of European sanctions against Russia. The 19th sanctions package cancels those contracts that have already been made. Those are LNG short-term supply contracts, both short-term and long-term. So generally speaking, the European Commission and the ministers of the European Union are openly stating that their decisions have the force to terminate earlier made contracts. And by the way, soon they will make it to the pipeline gas, because the Repower Europe plan forces complete cancellation of Russian gas, and a number of pipeline gas of Gazprom go beyond 2028. Nonetheless, the European Commission believes that its decisions have a right to cancel contractual law. And you can see the principle of Roman law, pacta sunt servanda. The contracts are to be complied with. Apparently, it's no longer a rule for Europeans. And here on the chart, you can see how Russia responded to sanction limitations. The numbers are well known. We've made an estimate on what is the percentage of crude oil, and this is statistics for crude oil coming from Russia. In 2019, about 50% of Russian export of crude oil was going to the European Union. Well, we all know that it changed now, and most of it is coming to India. 45% of our export now is going to China, 40% to India, and by the way, a very noticeable growth of supplies to Turkey. 7% of crude oil export from Russia is going to the Republic of Turkey. The Russian exports survive, I would say, oil export on whale, because Russian word for whale is kit, and that's an acronym for China, India, and Turkey. I'm looking right now into the windows, and I see the oil tankers carrying Russian oil through the Bosphorus. You can't win over the market. Market economy always wins. And you can see the structure of oil imports for India and China. 40% of oil imports for India are coming from Russia, and you may impose new sanctions and tariffs, but how can possibly India substitute 40% of its oil imports without any kind of colossal economic losses is unclear. Now, Chinese market, our share accounts for about 18%, but that is 2 million barrels per day. That's crude oil only, and those are huge volumes. And by the way, please note, I'm coming to an end soon, I promise, but please note that both India and China are getting their oil from those countries that we normally call the Global South. This is an important remark, and I will relate to that later. Now, a few words on Turkey. Our energy relations with Turkey are evolving actively. And just to cite an example, those are the charts showing oil supplies. And you can see the growth experienced in 2023, and that's coming on top of crude oil. We see growth in 2023, 2024, and we can see Q1 year-on-year comparison. We keep increasing all petroleum exports to India, and India is actively supplying diesel to European Union. In fact, this is huge amount of money that India is making through Russian imports. And obviously Russia is also benefiting from that. India has become a big market for us. Now let's look at the gas market. In first half of 2025, supply of gas from Russia versus Q1 of 2024 went up by almost 30%, plus 2.4 billion cubic meters, 11 billion supplied in the first half of the year to Turkey. So we hear that India is making contracts to supply. Turkey is entering into contracts for US supplies of LNG. Turkey is an independent country, can choose its own suppliers. But obviously, in a fair competition, Russian gas suppliers or oil suppliers would obviously win fighting for Turkish market, and Turkey understands it well. Now, as for nuclear energy, we talked a lot about that. I'm not going to reiterate. Since the time is running out, I'm only going to say a few words to wrap up. So, what are the countries of the Global South to do? Professor Faleka, in his extraordinary introductory remarks, mentioned that the policy of the global majority or the Global South is not against the West. So it's just that we are no longer with the West, but we are not against the West. It wasn't our choice. It was the decision made by the Western countries. And the same applies to the energy sector. We used to be part of the global energy markets. We played by the rules. We were ready to compete fairly. Back when we had cooperation with Europe, we were always saying we are ready to compete for your markets, but please let us compete fairly. Today, Europeans are no longer ready to do so. The Europeans have destroyed and abandoned the rules they have created. Russia has been a very responsible supplier, and even in 2022, when many in Russia were saying that we need to proactively stop supplying gas to Europe, myself, being a participant of many TV shows, was always stating publicly Russia needs to comply with its contractual obligations. It's a matter of reputation, and Gazprom has done so. Gas for rubles doesn't mean that the contracts are terminated. It would change nothing for European buyers. They had an opportunity to continue buying gas from Russia, and that was a backup option regarding the potential arrest or seizure of revenue and profits that was needed. But nonetheless, we see that European Union proactively refused from that by destroying and violating the principles of its own existence. In this regard, the Global South is not going to be left without energy carriers. Russia and other suppliers are ready to ensure its energy security, but the global majority needs to realize that these countries are capable of defining and shaping its own energy future and defining the rules of the game for its market. It's not easy. There is a certain habit that we have all developed, but nonetheless, if we are forced to live without the Western countries, and it is the choice of the Western countries, we still need to understand while Brent oil is the major label on the market, a major type of oil available on the market, what should be the new format of LNG contracts and pipeline gas? Those are the matters we can and should be discussing, but most importantly, we have to be aware of our own intellectual potential and power. And we have to understand that that kind of scenario would be a bad scenario. Back in 2020, I was saying that the world may split into two parts, representing different views on the energy present and energy future. Just lately, we had the Russian Energy Week in Russia, and Deputy Prime Minister Novak published an article just ahead of it saying that there may be two energy fortresses built in the world. But this is an extreme scenario. Nonetheless, we are ready for this scenario. We are willing to combat energy poverty and any kind of poverty, and energy carriers are playing a vital role in this regard. We're ready to build a new economy because the Europeans themselves, and I was talking about the sixth mistake they've made, they've underestimated the energy capacity and intensity of the new economy, and they were surprised to find out that AI is consuming so much energy. We warned them about it, and Turkey is showing it by example. AI is developing actively, data centers are being built, desalination projects are evolving. We are in the global south are willing to improve the quality of life and live better lives, while the West is encouraging us to follow the principle, we've enjoyed our good lives, you are not going to enjoy those, because you have to think about climate agenda. Let us think about climate agenda together, and let us try to improve the quality of lives for the peoples of the global south by ensuring affordable and reliable energy sources. Russia has proven to be a reliable energy supplier, and you can be assured that all of the energy projects of yours will have a solid foundation to develop. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much, Mr. Simonov.
Running out of
Evet efendim.
It's time to sum up and to draw some conclusions. I think the distinguished panelists of this energy session have shared some very deep analysis of what is happening in the global energy markets, of the challenges international cooperation is currently facing in the energy sphere. We have a very clear map that neither the demand-side challenges that we face in energy, nor the supply-side challenges can be overcome without international cooperation. I think we have heard from all participants of this panel that in principle there continues to be a readiness for international cooperation, and that for me is the most important message. Yes, we are living currently through very difficult times. Yes, we talk most about what divides us than about what brings us closer. But to hear a message from key stakeholders, from key industry players, that there is a continued readiness to address these challenges together, to overcome them together, makes me, and perhaps I'm a professional optimist, still confident that we will find ways talking together. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for sharing your insights. And now we continue with the next session, Global Change and its Impact on the Business Environment, and I hand over to Vittorio Rosario Petrocelli.
Distinguished speakers, thank you very much for this session and this panel. And please take your seats because, ladies and gentlemen, our second session focuses on a subject that affects us all, global change and its impact on the business environment. And the session will be moderated by Mr. Vito Rosario.
world is living in an era of unparalleled change.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start the works of session 2, called Global Change and its Impact on the Business Environment. I have the pleasure of discussing this very interesting topic today with our distinguished guests. In particular, with Georgios Katrougalos, Vice President of the International Association of Constitutional Law and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Then we have Alberto Bradanini, Ambassador of Italy in Tehran from 2008 to 2012, and Ambassador of Italy in Beijing from 2013 to 2015. Then we have Francesco Sidoti, who often comes to this forum, an Italian sociologist. We will then have Igor Rogov, chairman of the Commission on Human Rights of the Republic of Kazakhstan and a member of the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe from the Republic of Kazakhstan. Mario Bolognari, full professor at the Department of Ancient and Modern Civilizations at the University of Messina, Italy. And last but not least, we have our dear friend Luciano La Rivera, a member of the Jesuit order and an economist. The topic that we are here to discuss is rather complex. I will try and give some inputs for our discussion. I would like to start from what is written in the program. We are aware that the world is changing. In recent years, the change has been faster and faster, and we know that businesses and entrepreneurs are not always able to keep the pace and adjust to the new conditions, the new rules that are emerging. More and more often, they are not able to adjust to the disappearance of rules they thought were consolidated. This is, of course, generating a lot of uncertainty in the world of business. And also, as we can clearly see, in recent years, the world of business has shown an amazing ability of reaction. It's shown a strong resilience. So, during this session, we will try and understand what might be in the near future the geopolitical challenges that will have an impact on the economy and on businesses. Also, we'll try and discuss whether these challenges will be beneficial or instead whether we will experience a geopolitical storm that will become more and more severe, causing further and further problems to businesses and entrepreneurs. Now, on this, I would like to immediately give the floor to Georgios Katrougalos, and I would like to ask you in particular, what was your recent experience as a political man, a man that has a lot of experience in politics? Your experience is not only related to Greece, but you have a more international experience, especially focused on the south of Italy, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. What can you tell us about this session's topic based on your experience? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and many thanks to the organizers for inviting me. I am a strong believer in the huge potential of the Eurasian economic space. When I was Minister for the Economic Diplomacy of Greece, my country had been the first Western European one signing a Memorandum of Understanding and Cooperation with the Eurasian Economic Union. When later, in 2019, I became Minister of Foreign Affairs, Greece has become the 17th partner in the 16+1 scheme of cooperation of China with Central Europe. And we see that our contemporary world is exactly a multipolar one, facilitating this kind of economic and political partnerships. What's the basic difference between our world and, let's say, the bipolar of the Cold War? In a bipolar system, the gains of the one camp are the immediate losses of the other. On the contrary, today, not only we have a much more integrated global economy, especially the supply chains are fully integrated. It is not possible to break them, to disintegrate them. Also, the political options of the countries are much more diverse. Have in mind, for for instance, India, a member of the BRICS, but also a member of the Quad, a military alliance bringing together Japan, Australia, India, and the US. Have in mind that in the recent expansion of the BRICS, two of the closest allies of the United States in the Middle East, Egypt and the Emirates, joined the BRICS. Indians themselves, who have coined the term non-alignment, now they speak about multi-alignment. And the Deputy the Deputy Prime Minister of Indonesia, which is projected to be the fourth biggest economy in 2050, has said it more vividly. From now on, we are all politically polygamous. However, this is also a world where we have trade wars. What is the basic significance of the trade wars? They show not the might, but the erosion of power of the United States. When Nixon, in 1971, has taken the dollar out of the gold standard, he has also imposed to all countries 10% tariffs. These tariffs, of course, they have been harmful in this period for all the Western countries, but they have been accepted as something very normal because the leadership, the hegemony of the United States at this time was considered as something given. Exactly because of the erosion of the United States' power now in the world, because of the rise of China and the BRICS, this is not anymore the case. And it is only through blackmail that the United States can achieve their short-term economic interests, but in the same time, of course, harming their long-term economic interests, their alliances, their image with the world. A last word about Europe, and then I'm going to ask directly your question about the businesses. I have the mandate at the United Nations currently for the promotion of a more democratic and fair international order. Europe could be a player to promote these ideas. Europe has a clear interest to become an independent pole in the multipolar world, next to Russia, China, United States, rising powers like India. And that was the idea of the strategic autonomy, as promoted by France. On the contrary, now we see the vassalization of Europe, a full subservience of the European foreign policy to the American one, and to the clear detriment of the economic, political, geopolitical interests of Europe. We should be the global power wanting more than anybody else to end the war in the Ukraine. But we see the reigning Russophobia to lead the leaders of Europe to completely other direction. So, can we change this situation? Of course we can. If we do not do something different than what the current leaders in Europe are doing, Europe will become irrelevant. Juncker, the former president of the Commission, used to say that in Europe there are two categories of states: small states and states which have not yet realized that they are small. We must be united, and we must have a unique voice, both in the economic and the political arena. We must, for instance, now build a better agreement with China. We must try to have better relations with the European South. However, and I am ending for that because I have already spoken too much, for the enterprises, the current multipolar world is much more fertile. It gives more opportunities than a bipolar or a unipolar world. Still, the international global finance is governed by the G7, by the global north. But things are changing. Opportunities now in China, in Russia, in the global south are almost equal than those offered in the global north. So we must have an open global mind to believe in the power of the economy and to believe also in the power of the peoples to change the current world status quo. Besides the diplomacy of the states, there is the diplomacy of the people. The war in Vietnam ended partially because of the massive mobilization of citizens in the West. European countries have changed a little their perception about the genocide in Gaza after the massive mobilization in the European countries. So let's be confident in our collective and our individual might to change the world. Thank you.
La ringrazio molto.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Your words and your thoughts are extremely interesting. I have particularly appreciated you mentioning the expression political polygamy. So I would like to start from this expression, these words, the polygamy, to ask Ambassador Bradanini his thoughts on this. In the clear and unstoppable trend towards multipolarism that we see in the great Eurasian continent, this statement of this political polygamy, does it go hand in hand or not with the current trend that we see? In other words, are we really faced with what we see as a completely transformation of the geopolitical system in the Eurasian continent and beyond? But is it really just a matter of being politically polygamous, or is it something more? Thank you very much for this introduction, and thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Antonio Fallico, the driver of this forum, and I would like to thank all the organizers and all the people who are behind the scenes making this event possible. Thank you to the Turkish government that is hosting us in this beautiful city. Thank you very much. In the few minutes that I have, I would like and try to answer your question, my dear friend, but let me start from another consideration. According to some politicians, never believing what they say, whereas diplomats never say what they think. Sometimes diplomats do say what they think, though. It depends on what they say. The difference might be in the way you say it. You know, you might want to say diplomatically, creating bridges. Professor Fallico mentioned the word bridges in a city like Istanbul. That is a bridge. Istanbul is a city that connects two continents, as we said. But I would like to add one other thought. Sure, we are here two continents, or instead, is it just one continent? We learned that we had Europe on the one side and Asia on the other, because in the past, distances were very long. Marco Polo took months to get to China. Now, in 8 hours, you can travel from Milan or Frankfurt to Beijing or Tokyo. So distances are much shorter now. And so we can look at maps and see that it's only one continent, really. The Eurasian mass is just one. It is an infinite and endless space that is at the same time a tangible space, because borders matter and geography matters a lot on the political and economic level, and also in military terms, but also in ideal terms. many decades ago, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we already saw this open possibility. Russia, the heir of the Soviet Union, albeit with a smaller territory, embraced this strategic approach, this wonderful strategic approach, which instead the West rejected, led by the United States. That new perspective would have opened an era of stability, cooperation, and prosperity for the peoples and nations of the region, and it would have also launched the new Silk Way, which is now a Chinese project to shorten the distance with Europe, building infrastructures in intermediate countries, thus creating possibilities for development. And this, of course, opens up business and trade opportunities for our small, medium, and large enterprises. This wasn't possible in the past because empires do not allow for this openness. Luckily, though, history moves on, history continues, and so it is very likely, even though we can never make any forecasts and we cannot be sure about the future, however, it is very likely that that empire that prevented us from following this path will be the last one in history, and you know what I'm referring to. We can no longer refer to just one country, whatever its size, but we will not allow one individual country to rule the world. We are now moving towards a multipolar, a multinodal world with regional, continental hubs. It's a more complex world, but potentially a more peaceful one. Of course, with this, we also need to compromise on emerging issues. We need to work together, but this needs to go hand in hand with an ideological vision. The president, the Chinese president, has often presented it, but it's been brutally rejected and by the so-called leaders of the world, the emperors of the world. Xi Jinping talks about harmony in diversity. We are different. We have different histories, cultures, languages, religions. We are different, and yet we must coexist on the same planet because our fate is shared. Our fate is to live our short lives without destroying each other, especially at a time when the weapons that we have are more and more deadly and destructive. I would like to close on another concept, not a geopolitical one. I had a 30-minute long speech. I will read it to my wife once I go back to Italy. I won't read it now, but I would like to close on another point. I'd like to touch upon the economy. Deng Xiaoping, who is the creator and the founder of the success of contemporary China, coined an expression. It doesn't matter the color of your cat. What matters is that cats catch mice. Of course, the cat stands for economic growth. So as long as a country can generate prosperity and growth, it doesn't matter what mice it chases. Now, the West only has two cats. The cats of economic policies and monetary policies. So fiscal policies, fiscal and economic policies and monetary policies. These are the two tools, the two instruments on which the governance of the economic system in the West is relies upon. The rest follows the laissez-faire approach. It's left to the market. So it's left in the hands of large corporates who decide, basically, especially financial corporates, the ones that own the money. In China, instead, there aren't just two tools. They don't just have two mice. They don't just have the fiscal and the monetary policies. They have another huge mouse, an amazing instrument that we also had as Italians and other European countries did have in the past before the creation of this structural denial of democracy that we call European Union. It's not a union and it's not democratic. Maybe it's just European, but just to a certain extent, because there are other European countries that are part of it and that are outside the so-called Western Europe. Anyway, what is this extra tool, this big instrument that China has? It's the state. The state. China is economically successful because the economy is guided by 5-year plans, which are governed by the public interests of economy. The state is present everywhere, either directly or indirectly, through large corporates, through the participation in companies and the surveillance of the market as well. The market is left free. Billionaires exist in China as well, although they are billionaires up to a certain extent. I don't have time to talk about it now, but we need to go back to the role of the state, and we need to go back to public interest in economy. It's fundamental because it can give us a long-term view of the economy. It allows for planning, and it is also a way to look at the interest of the majority of the population. Thank you very much.
Grazie mille, Ambasciatore Bradanini.
Thank you, Ambassador Bradanini. And let me highlight one of your comments. So the initial question, are Europe and Asia two continents or just one? And of course, this forum has for years said that it's only one space, one single big continent in which we should move around based on economic diplomacy. This is very clear to forum's participants, and it has been for many years. So now I would ask Francesco Sidoti, our next speaker. For many years, so for many years we've tried and create a single area, single space for business, for transport, from for people from Lisbon to Vladivostok. And of course it was an initiative by President Putin. And there was a time when even Italy believed in it, not just Russia. But I believe this center has been shifting eastward now, and perhaps we should now talk about a space that goes from St. Petersburg to Jakarta. So I will ask Francesco Sidoti to comment on this and share his thoughts on the general issue as well. And I would like to invite him and all the speakers to follow the time indications we are given. Well, thank you and good day to you all. It's an honor for me to participate in such a constructive meeting. Let me answer your question. Our topic is the business environment. Now, the business environment needs many elements in order to grow. And first of all, it needs a adequate political leadership. Leadership that is able to build a favorable context where business can grow, where entrepreneurship can be developed. But it's not always the case. As Professor Fallico mentioned this morning, in Turkey, we see an extraordinary, a wonderful example. In this country, a political and institutional context has been built that is probably the single largest political success in recent years. Turkey has grown in terms of importance in the Mediterranean area, in the Middle East, in the Caucasus area, in Africa, in Asia. Turkey has grown in geopolitical terms, as we said, and it has achieved many successes in terms, in military terms, in diplomacy terms, and even the most critical stands, for example, in terms of the Gaza issue, that I am sure the Israeli government didn't appreciate, but even from the point of view of Turkey, that is a success. And indeed, things are developing more in the way of Turkey than expected, probably. So, as we heard this morning, the main goal has always been to keep a dialogue open with everyone, building an environment, a political and environmental environment of dialogue with everyone, with Europeans, with Ukrainians, with everyone. And in doing this, Turkey has really achieved a lot. It is greatly successful, especially compared to other countries. On the other hand, there is another political system that hasn't achieved any success. And I'll be very brief, unfortunately, for lack of time. Dmitry Petrov recently said that the European Union is literally gone mad. And this diagnosis was also repeated by the Hungarian Foreign Affairs Minister, who spoke about a military psychosis. So there is a diagnosis, that's craziness, and the indication of what kind of obsession it is. And I'm mentioning all this because we are talking about building an environment that can foster economic exchanges, whereas this type of diagnoses don't help in that sense. And I'm saying all this in a very respectful way. When I was a child, I read Erasmus talking in very positive terms about craziness. So in praise of folly, he wrote. Reason and folly sometimes are mixed, and we can all make mistakes. So we can all go crazy, even momentarily. And please excuse me for taking a few more minutes to explain this. When talking about Europe, we should also distinguish between political leaders and everyone else. So Europeans are a different thing because, for example, in an Ipsos survey in 18 countries in June 2025. According to this survey, 80% of European people say they are afraid of a new war. 85% of Italians, 89% of British, etc. So percentages change, of course, because then when you speak about Europe, the Balkans are one area, the Mediterranean Europe is a completely different, but the average is 80%. And talking about business and all the wonderful things said this morning, 77% of Europeans, of the Europeans interviewed, are afraid in terms of energy supplies. So there is a difference, there's a distance, a gap between the governors of Europe and the Europeans who are afraid and have fears, and European governors do not share the same fears. And so there's a big gap. And in France, The book Les Irresponsables was published in January. The author Chapoutot talks about the people who are not responsible. So it's not a historic book. It's not about history, but right from the first page, the author makes a parallel between 1932 and what is happening today. So who brought Hitler to power? What is going to happen in Europe in the future? So he reasons about this topic. He's sold more than 30,000 copies in French, is now being translated in other languages. He asks who brought Hitler to power? The crisis of 1929? Well, not really, because the 32, 33 things were being solved. Was it the left parties? Well, no. Already in 1932 it was passed. Was it that Hitler was very good? No, actually, no, because already in 1933 Hitler started losing votes. So it was the responsibility of the governors of the time. And the situation is now the same or very similar now, both in economic terms and also in voting terms. Of course, these are European tragedies because in Russia, in China, and even in your country, the satisfaction levels are very, very high. At least reading surveys, this is a situation that is underlined. So I've talked about folly and craziness because other people mentioned this, and I've mentioned also the gap between political leaders and normal people. This was said by Vice President Vance, whom I admire. In his very first speech in Europe, he publicly said this. He talked to European leaders. He said, you are governing against the interests of your voters. Is he gone crazy? Well, no. Macron in France has very little consensus in France. Merz in Germany, yes, he's a legitimate prime minister, but if we count votes from the left and the right, his majority is very, very little. The same is true for France, the same is true for Great Britain. You have 1 minute left. Okay, let me close with this then, mentioning Baslavik, who was an expert in craziness, and he said, he talks about an experiment. So you take two great psychiatrists, and both were told, you are about to meet a person who says he is a psychiatrist, but he's crazy. Talk to him. We want to understand what kind of craziness, what kind of illness they have. And so they didn't know each other. They met, and they spent a long time talking. And afterwards, the two were separated again and asked. And they were asked, was the other one crazy or was he reasoning well? And both gave the same answer. The answer was, the person I talked to was not crazy. He is truly crazy. He is dangerous. He thinks he's a psychiatrist. He's really a dangerous person. Okay, and, well, nobody's laughing, unfortunately. I will maybe explain it more later. But we have to close. So let me conclude. What does it mean to be crazy? Being crazy means that we think we are absolutely right and that the other people are demons. They want to destroy us. They want to move war. And that's craziness. thinking that we are very wise and diminish all others. Yet, wisdom means recognizing that we all have moments of craziness, that we can all make mistakes, and we can all have our problems, and as Turkey shows, the right method is reasoning with others, being open to dialogue, having one's own reasons, like Turkey has. But unfortunately, yes, we have to close. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, without any further introduction, I will leave the floor to Igor Rogov, thanking him for his speech.
Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues, dear participants of the Verona Eurasian Economic Forum. Let me be frank with you. When I use the word friend, it's not just a matter of politeness. This is my genuine attitude to the organizers of this forum, primarily to Professor Antonio Falico. I am extremely grateful to him. I've just counted. It turns out I've been participating in this forum for more than a decade now. Although by my career I'm not an economist and I have fairly little to do with the matters discussed here due to my professional background, but nonetheless, every time I realize that the matters covered by the agenda of the forum in one way or another are associated with the matters of my direct expertise and job duties. So today we are talking about energy at large. And we covered various ways of energy and means and sources of energy, but I would say the most important source of energy is human energy, our spirit. And today, the previous speaker, Mr. Francesco Sedotti, was very persuasive in showing how social, political, and economic factors are impacting our well-being and our spirit, and what kind of consequences it later on can have politically, economically, and socially. So today, the matter of human rights and how they are protected and how exactly they can be protected in the new environment are of crucial importance. I've been warned that we need to strictly comply with the time allocated to us. I've prepared a speech, but I will put it aside, and instead, in literally a few words, I will try to tell you what I simply have to share with you at this forum. Today, one of the major trends in human development that we see is development of AI, massive digitalization, and so on and so forth. So how exactly the law is governing those processes? I would say there are several potential approaches in the world to regulate artificial intelligence and general digitalization. Some countries like the United States of America, People's Republic of China, and others believe that regulation has to be minimum because any kind of interference in those processes would try to restrain scientific progress, which is bad. Other countries, mostly the European Union, believe that there has to be rigid regulation of a whole number of matters that in one way or another are affecting human rights. And there is a number of regulation acts adopted already. This is law on AI of the European Union. There is a whole number of conventions. I'm not going to list them. I have them written down in my speech that you may read later. There is a third group of countries, and Kazakhstan is one of them, that believe that it is important to adopt a balanced approach. So the regulator must only interfere in those cases when it poses threat to human rights. The president of Kazakhstan, President Tokayev, set as a goal that within the next 3 years, Kazakhstan has to become a fully digitalized country. Kazakhstan has an ambition to become the largest hub where digitalization is well developed and where AI is actively used. However, at the same time, Kazakhstan has to remain a human-centric country. So a human being has to be at the center of everything, and human rights and interests have to be the main rationale behind the actions of a country. So today in Kazakhstan is fairly advanced. I'm not going to talk about energy sector or any other sectors as more advanced. On the contrary, I would like to say just a few words. This is the Astana Financial Center. I reported on that earlier, and I know that some of you have been there.
In 2024-2025, new regulation was adopted in order to develop digital assets and ensuring safety of the market participants. And now there's special guidelines for regulating this market. So these are not laws, but normative acts regulating this sphere. And as for lawmaking efforts, quite recently in Kazakhstan, the lower chamber, Majlis of the parliament, adopted a law on artificial intelligence. Then it was sent over to the Senate. The Senate sent it back with some comments. I didn't have time to look through those comments because I left for Turkey, but the whole concept of this law is to ensure step-by-step and effective development of artificial intelligence, and at the same time to limit those spheres where there might be violations of human rights. You know, I could speak a lot, but I don't have time for that. So we believe that this law will ensure responsibility for violations in the sphere of AI. These will be who should be responsible? Is it an operator, a software developer, or the AI itself? Now we see lots of discussions in the media. For example, we can read that in one country, for example, AI was appointed a digital minister. And of course, it was just like a marketing step. But still, we need to begin thinking about it. Then copyright. What about intellectual property rights in this sphere? So the software developer, the author of the algorithm, or the user who sent a prompt to the AI tool should have rights to the results of this query. And one more thing, AI as a means for conducting crimes, and the regulator should prevent this, and there should be certain filters installed. There are already some draft documents in this sphere, and we, in the judicial system, we already have been using AI, but the final decision is always taken by a judge. So in conclusion, I can say the following. I tried to be very brief. The most important thing is our striving for human centric initiatives, and I'm sure this is shared by representatives of all the countries. And I would like to thank the organizers for this important platform we all can use to exchange opinions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now let's move on to the next speaker, Professor Bolognari. Thank you very much. I will try and stick to the 5 minutes that I am allowed. You don't see it, but we have a timer with a countdown. It's quite upsetting, but I will try and stick to the time allocated to me. Now, I was thinking of this presentation, and I took as a reference one of the indicators of the factors for economic development, namely literacy. It might be quite odd to pick literacy as a topic to present during an economic forum, but instead I think it is very important to remember that in 1958 UNESCO gave a definition that might need to be updated today, and it could be one of the topics for the next years of your association, Conoscere Eurasia, because the definition of literacy given by UNESCO is the person who is able to write and read, understanding the meaning of a short report of everyday facts. This is the definition of literacy. Now you see that the specific functionalism of this definition is very clear and points at something that has to do with democracy, with citizenship rights, with the achievement of social equality. Why in 58 did UNESCO give this new definition? Well, because the world coming out of the World War II, and especially in the time of decolonization or new colonialism, inevitably was a world with a big burden. The world had huge continents where the illiteracy rates were above 90%. Even within individual countries, I, of course, know Italy best, but even in Italy, the differences between North and South, even in the 50s and 60s, were very wide. I will skip the data and numbers related to the context that UNESCO was in. Today, we are in a situation where we have a global North, from Northern America to Japan, going through the whole of Europe and Asia, the northern part of Asia, including China. So we have this part of the world where the illiteracy rates are lower than 1%. And then we have a global South, with the exclusion of Argentina and Australia. You can clearly understand why. It's not a matter of geography. We have a global South where instead the illiteracy rates are still very high. This is a challenge, not only that is relevant for the global balance, but it is a challenge that is very much related with the protection of human rights, with citizenship rights, the protection of social rights. In other words, the protection of individuals who, however, live in a context where, regardless of their belonging to those who know how to read and write or those who are illiterate, well, that context has an impact. Now, let's look at the projections of rating agencies. According to them, in 2075, if, of course, these projections will prove right, by 2075, as I was saying, we will have 6 out of 10 countries among the greatest economies in the world belonging to the second group of the world, the South, the global South. So, this makes me think that what awaits us is a huge revolution in the way we look at international relations, in the way we think of equality between countries, equality between different geographic areas, and equality within the same region. Investing in education, which, by the way, all analysts consider as a third factor for economic development, and the second element is institutions governing the economy and society, of course, political institutions. Well, as I was saying, investing in education makes a difference. Whatever we've discussed so far, and here we're talking about geopolitics, the views we've had so far are absolutely inadequate. They are not fit at all to tackle these challenges and issues. Let's think of demographics as well. We haven't talked about migrations today, but if we think of migrations, we're talking about a few billion people who every year move around the world. Of course, this has an impact both when it comes to democracy, but also for economic development and education. There's also another political issue. This morning we talked a lot about BRICS countries. Now, the countries that are part of these associations are both part of the the first group of countries and the second group of countries, and therefore they are more determined to fill this gap and go beyond these limitations. And then, of course, we have the cultural issue, which is the most important to me. I am a social and cultural anthropologist, so of course I'm most interested in the cultural dimension. It's all part of this big picture. We are faced with a new world system where we need to solve local conflicts. Where do conflicts come from? They come from inequalities, from gaps in economic conditions. This inevitably leads to conflicts. Also, we need to ensure a fairer distribution of resources. Again, better global education would help us ensure a fairer distribution of resources. 10 minutes are not enough for me, but I've tried to stick to only 7. Thank you once again. Let's close the session with Mr. Luciano La Rivera. Thank you so much, Professor Falico, for your invitation, and thank you to those who spoke before me. And I will follow through with a few stories. I don't know whether you know the connection between Verona and Istanbul. Do you know? In 312, in Verona, there was a battle. Constantine won. Had he lost against Maxentius, we wouldn't have had Constantinople, which was founded in 1,700 years ago. I'm saying this because Constantine had a Greek mother. He was born in Serbia. He spoke Latin. That was his mother tongue. And Constantine somehow, and he was the Pope. He was, because the title of Pope, of Pontifex, in fact, he was the maximum Pontifex, a Roman emperor, told the Roman bishop that he could use that title. So this is a pontific city even before the Pope came to Istanbul for his first international visit. This is a city that is essential for Europe, for the world, for our civilization. Now, the Ottomans came here and asked, what place is this? And they said, Rome. The Greeks were called the Romans. Being Romans meant being people who wanted to integrate, to connect. They built bridges over the Mediterranean and in the Balkans, all the way to Russia. We have a shared tradition which says that none of our countries is second to anyone else in terms of culture, social progress, science, language, and so on and so forth. In this city, the bishop was Giovanni Chrysostophos, who is fundamental in the Orthodox liturgy, a great saint, one of the fiercest preachers of social justice. He said, in front of the emperor who was building hospitals and buildings for the homeless, and he said, And this is a very beautiful thing. I mean, he said, this is a beautiful thing, but you had a bed before, you had a space to host those who are homeless. Now you're giving it to the state, and so you're not giving up social justice, you're giving up charity. And in society, if there's no charity, things can't work. In Italy, we often say that Rome means love. If you change the letters, R-O-M-A, it sounds like amor, love, amore. Albano will sing about love. Now, the love for the life of the foreign. Life is fragile. Professor Falico was mentioning it as well. Fragility, vulnerability, it is something that we find in all our powers. What are the costs of our development? There are profits and losses, but, you know, progress also means unemployment, poverty, inefficient, expensive, financial and real estate bubbles, finance that is disconnected from people, a lot of inflation which depends on imports and exports. This is our reality. We live in poverty, and that's why we are the same and we're different. We have our identity. We cannot forget it. We can't forget the need that our people have for social justice. We need a roof, a job. It's key. We can never forget it. Otherwise, the risk is that we have a society where we have elites and they stand by each other's side, and then people who inevitably are just servants and they try and make do, facing enormous difficulties. We have slaves and people who can't do anything because they're excluded. Pope Francis talked about human waste. Now, let's look at the world from their perspectives. We talked about the global south, but let's also think of the young generations. They are left out. Please listen to what the Pope will say once he will come and visit Turkey, because he will speak and he will try and be ecumenic. Let's remember the perspective, the point of view of the poorest. We mentioned about illiteracy, the need for culture. We talked about tourism as well. One of the indicators of social exclusion in Europe is whether you can or not afford a week away from your city. That's social exclusion. It's on top of poverty. An Italian who's never seen Rome because they don't have the money to go to Rome, that's social exclusion. It would be great if everybody could travel, come and visit Istanbul, Jerusalem, but poverty is also about energy exclusion. We need to make sure that production moves away from market mechanisms and can go to the benefit of everyone. Let's move away from just incentives, etc. Sometimes people don't have the money to buy a bulb, let alone to pay the electric bill. So let God bless you all for your work and effort. Also, when you try and help others, those who are poor. But even if you're poor, God loves you. Thank you. Thank you very much, all our speakers. Thank you to all those who patiently listened to us. Now we have a lunch break and we will resume our works later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. We will now take a lunch break and continue our program at 3 p.m., sorry, with session 3. Enjoy your meal and networking. 1.5 hours later, we will together again.